Pengetahuan seperti itu tidak banyak dimiliki oleh taksi-taksi.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Assalamualaikum, Bu Elok. Monitor,
Waalaikumsalam.
Bu. Bu Elok, monitor.
Ya, ya. Oke.
Kita mulai jam
Masih komunikasi sama Pak Iksan. Pak Iksan masih OTW kata.
ya.
Check the keynote speaker.
Assalamualaikum. Should we start now or?
Ya. Kef, halah, Prof.
Alhamdulillah. You are
Khair.
from Indonesia, right?
Alhamdulillah, Indonesia. Kalam Arabik?
نعم نعم أنا عربي.
Masya Allah. Bahasa Melayu, Ken, Prof.
No, sedikit.
Sedikit. Alhamdulillah. Nice to meet you, Prof.
Nice to meet you too. Most welcome. Okay, should we start now or should we wait?
Sekarang jam 9. Pak Iksan bilang jam 9.15. Atau nunggu yang lain Pak Iksan. Okay, I'm waiting for Dr. Iksan approval for the beginning of this event, and I need a little bit more time.
Okay, don't worry.
Yeah, waiting approval from Dr. Iksan.
Okay.
Bu Elok, maybe we will start at 9:15, right?
Yeah. Okay, 9:15 ya.
Welok, kita bisa
Ya.
mulai.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May Allah keep all of us in His mercy and protection. Bless us with health, happiness, passion, and strength. Amin ya rabbal alamin. I am pleased to welcome you to the International World Conference with theme International Research, Innovation, and Publication Writing Skills, Saturday, August 15, 2020. We would like to welcome our host speaker, Dr. Muhammad Iksan Setiawan, STMC, Vice Rector, Narotama University, Agus Sukocho, STMM, Head of Management Study Program, Narotama University, Inyoman Sudapat, MM, Owner Surabaya TV or Narotama Surabaya, Muhammad Isradi, STMM IPM from Mercu Buana University. And also we would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. AWS Ala Zaidan from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Dr. Nur Mazlina Abu Bakar from University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Nur Salina binti Ismail, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Associate Professor Dr. Fauzila Saleh, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Amrun Rashid, STMM, Mendeley Advisory or Narotama University, and then the last is Tubagus Purwo Rusmiadi, Eskom MM from Narotama University. And for the beginning, we would like to hear for the opening speech from Bapak Isradi from Mercu Buana. Bapak Isradi, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Welok. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Pertama-tama kita semua berterima kasih kepada speaker kita, Associate Professor Dr. AWS. Thanks for your coming in here from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. Jazakallah khair. And then thank you very much to our speaker, Dr. Nur Mazlina Abu Bakar from University Sultan Zainal Abidin. And then Dr. Nur Salina bin Ismail from University Sultan Zainal Abidin. And then Associate Professor Dr. Fauzila Saleh from University Sultan Zainal Abidin. Terima kasih sebanyak-banyaknya kita ucapkan kepada narasumber pada hari ini yang telah bersedia hadir pada kegiatan kita International Research, Innovation, Publication, and Writing Skill. Kita berharap nanti adanya semacam research collaboration ya antar beberapa universitas dan juga beberapa inovasi collaboration research sehingga riset-riset kita nanti akan bisa publish pada impact jurnal yang bagus ya. Itu saja opening speak dari saya. Sebelum kita memulai acara ini, marilah kita semua sama-sama berdoa semoga acara kita pada hari ini berjalan dengan lancar. Dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, kegiatan acara ini kita buka. Terima kasih, Belok.
Okay. Bapak Isradi, could you please to recite prayer before we start this activity?
Oke. Baik, kita semua akan berdoa sesuai dengan bagi yang beragama Islam. Saya akan pimpin doa secara agama Islam, bagi yang Muslim dipersilakan untuk menyampaikan. Al-Fatihah. Ya karena amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Maulana Muhammad wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Allahumma ighfir wa li walidayya warhamhuma kama rabbayani shighara wa li jami'il muslimin wal muslimat wal mu'minin wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wa amwat birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah, ya Rahman Rahimin, berikanlah kemudahan dan kelancaran pada acara kami pada pagi hari ini, ya Allah. Ya Allah, berikanlah kepada kami manfaat dengan apa yang telah Engkau ajarkan kepada kami. Ajarilah kepada kami apa yang bermanfaat bagi kami, dan rezekikanlah ilmu yang dengannya Engkau memberi manfaat kepada kami. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'an wa rizqan thayyiban wa amalan mutaqabbalan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa adkhilna jannata ma'al abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin. Wassallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wasallam. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for our study. And also our moderator today will be Bapak Ikradi also, Pak Mercubuana. So after this, Bapak Ikradi will lead the event for the keynote speaker. The first keynote speaker is from Associate Professor Dr. A.W.S. Al-Zaidan from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. Okay, Bapak Ikradi. Answer.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All of you now can see the slides, right? The slide already appeared for all of you?
Not yet.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. So I am Aus Ala Zaidan, my originality Arab from Iraq. So I am working on University of Indonesia Sultan Idris at FSKIK in Department of Computing since more than 10 years. So I will present today my part, we call it High Impact Research, HIR. So what is the meaning for high impact research? Because the high impact research is different for the normal research. High impact research, the research that will be give you the impact in society and impact to the industry and companies. So the research will be take from different aspects. We need to understand what is the sequences and what is the requirement, and then how can we deliver our research in high impact area. So we need to understand some part, or we need to take into consider some part before we start to follow the research. The first part, we need to understand the research environment. If we understand these sequences, will we go to the other sequence, we call it research sequences action. We have two parts.
Yes, sorry, Prof.
Yeah,
Can you
sorry.
share your PPT?
What?
Can you share PPT in the screen? Share your PPT.
Send the...
Share PPT.
Share?
Yeah, you can share screen, your PPT in here.
Wait. Now you can see?
Yes, clear.
Okay.
You can continue.
Yeah. So our take or our notes today, we need to follow high impact research. We are talking about the different kind of the research. What is the research that will be give you the impact on society and impact to the company or industry? So this research, we call it HIR. Okay. So we need to not just how can we write the research. We need to do the citable papers. Okay, if we publish the paper, the other readers can be follow and they can be take useful, and then the companies as well can be use this paper. So that's why we need to understand the sequences and the procedure, how can we deal in order to follow the citable paper, not normal paper. So what is the meaning for citable paper? Citable paper should be have all those elements in the content should be understood in better way. Then we can be good the knowledge how can we deal with the citable paper. The first content or the first section, we call it research environment or research environmental. We need to understand what is the research environmental in order to deliver the high impact research. Because our aim now, we need to deliver high impact research with citable papers. So we need to understand as well the research sequences action in two parts. We have one part and then other part, second part will be explained in details. Then when we go to the other medium level, we call it index ISI Web of Science papers in link with the research citations. So what is the meaning for this? We need to understand how can we create our own strategy to follow the citations from the paper that will be published. Then in the last part, which is the professional part, we call it reputational impact and commercialization strategy. Because if we need to do the research that will be give you good impact, high impact research, we should be commercialize the product or commercialize the finding that come out from the research. We are not just doing the research and then publish. If we follow the commercialization strategy and reputational impact, this is, we call it high impact research in the last stage. So now we should understand that the research will be divided in two parts, the academic part and commercialization part. Both of them can be connected with the citable papers. If you got good citation and good H index, then the industry and the companies will be give you the most welcome to come and then cooperate with them. So this is very important in order to reduce the gap between the companies and industry with the academic way. Let me start with the research environment. Any researchers, if they don't have this environment, will be make leak with the high impact research. So the research environment, the main requirement need to prepare the research. They have this. We should be have lab. We should be have research group. We should be have training workshops. We should be understand the research levels in the ISI Web of Science index. And then we need to understand the research types that we need to follow, and then the language with the ISI, what is the types that already focus. Then we need to understand what is the fundamental grants and industry prototype grants. It is very important in order to acknowledgement in your paper when you try to writing and publish. So all those we need to understand one by one. We'll be start with the research lab. In the research, we cannot be work as individual. If your researchers work as individual, you cannot be go to the high impact research. High impact research start from the group, okay? So the research lab should be have members and materials. In the members, what we have? We have a principal investigator, we call it PI. We have research officers, we call it RO. We have research assistant, we call it RI. I think most of you are familiar with this, but when you write the paper, you want to submit to the journal that high impact journal, like 10 impact factor or 5 impact factor or 6 impact factor or so on, Q1 or Q2, they need to submit with them document support. In document support will be explained to them who are the principal investigator, who are the research officer that connect with the principal investigator, and what is the contribution statement for all of them. Then who are the people who are working with RI? Why? Because this paper is already created by the group of the members, not created by the one, okay? And the corresponding authors who are responses about the explanation for all steps in the cover letter, then submit with the journal as the document support. So then we have materials. In materials or inside the labs, what we have devices and we have meta needs. Meta needs depend on the research. Sometimes needed some software, sometimes needed some materials in order to follow our research, okay? And then we have also the softwares need. What is the type of the software? We should be defined in the lab. That's why the research lab should be have. Also in the document support, we can be take the caption for the lab and explain to them where is the lab and then what is the document that we have in the lab, what is the material. This one is the document support with the papers when you want to write good paper and then submit to the high impact journal. Because the journal not just looking for the knowledge inside the paper. They need to see the environmental that already create the paper, and then who are the researchers that will be follow, and what is the lab that already come out for this paper before to deliver all any results or finding to the journal. So this is the differences between the high impact journal that already need the high impact research and with the normal journal or peer review without index, okay? We are focusing here about the index for ISI Web of Science, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Then, when we go to the other things, we call it research group. Research group, most of the researchers, they are not working as the group. You can see the papers already have 4 names, 3 names, and then in the end, just 1 person or 2 person in the paper or who are writing and deal about the research, and others just names in the paper. So in the high impact research cannot be except this paper. They need to make sure already those people follow the sequences and the language that understand by those journals. So what we need to understand here, what is the language that follow the high impact research? In the research group, what we have research cluster. We should be defined in your cover letter with the document support that will be submitted with the paper, the research field. So the research field, or for any group, they have 2 types of the direction. The first direction for the things that will be follow, we call it applied direction. Applied direction, either social science or art and humanity, they have applied part. And then the other part, what we have, the second direction, we call it theory part. Are also in art, humanity, or science, they have theory and they have applied. Either you are contribute on the theory or contribute to the applied. So if you go to the first direction, the construction idea, the idea come from principal investigator. That's why the principal investigator who are the leader part, who are the corresponding author for the paper. Then structure fellow, the RO. So then the instructions will be taken from the principal investigator will be given to the RO. Then the RO, they have how many RA that they have inside the lab? Maybe 5, 4, depend on the lab. Then this is we call it targeting task. The targeting tasks will be followed by the RA people. That will be taken from RO. So all those sequences we should be defined in the cover letter as the mapping. Okay, this is principal investigator. This is the job for principal investigator, constructed idea, and then this is the statement for the idea that come from principal investigator. Then will be give the structure fellow to the RO, then will be discussed between them. Then after that will be distributed the task to the RA. That means every contribution for everyone they have. That's why the principal investigator will become as the corresponding author. Corresponding author, it is very important. Why? Because the polling inside the journal, I will show to you in the next slide, depend on the citation and H index from the corresponding author, will be give you the fast response. So after that, if you are working not just in apply, working on theory part, that will be produce a new theory in order to solve the problem for the previous theories. So we should be take care about what we call it open challenges. What is the open challenge? What is the difference between the normal challenges and open challenges in the high impact journal? That will be fellow for this. We call it PI and RO and RA. All of them that will be give the idea in the same way. So that's why here we are not focused for the PI itself. All of them will be do as the meeting will be discuss about the idea and what is the type of the contribution will be give to the body of knowledge. Why we need to create this theory? If we create this theory without any justification, that will be fellow open challenges. The theory cannot be published in this high impact journals with high impact factor. So that's why we should be open challenge. What is the meaning for open challenge? Open challenge, that means the challenge that already settled 10 years and above. So that's why the other scientists try to solve this problem or this challenge within the 10 years, then they didn't solve. You should be showing that your ability and your solution on your theory or your sequences in your theory can be solved this problem. That's why it is, we call it open challenges. If less than 10 years, the journal cannot be accepted from you with the new theory. That means the challenge is here, it is not open, will be fellow for applying. So now, after that will be idea from representations. I need to settle the idea for presentations and who are will be follow the idea for presentation, PI, RO, and RA. So that means here cannot be follow individual, cannot, the journal cannot accept. You cannot see the theory can be published by 1 or 2 persons. So the one will be enhanced, the other problems or open problems, open challenges from other theories should be have a group. And then we should be define the open challenges and the idea from representation. This is the language that will be understood by the high impact research. So after that, we need to understand what is the training workshops that will be given. Let me say now I have in my group 22 researchers, okay, divided in subgroup, subcluster. All each cluster already they have their own direction. All of us connect with the one root, expert system and artificial intelligence. And then some of them working with the expert system with the optimization, some of them go to the self-computing, some of them multi-criteria decision-making. So that's why we are working as a different clusters. So so any new researchers come to our group, I cannot allow them to put in any of this cluster, even though we should be take training workshop. Training workshops, what is the type of the workshop? It is backbone for our group or any groups that will be fellow. So the training workshops should be divided in 2 parts. The first part, we call it advanced research methodology, not just normal research methodology. What is the type of focusing for advanced research methodology? Relation contribution methods in data collection. Let me say in the soft computing, the data collection is different with the optimization. When we go to the multi-criteria decision making, the data collection way or the methods is different. We are not just teaching them what is the type of the method, how can we work with the method. No, we need to showing to them what is the contribution part? If we need to add new contribution of this method, how can we deal in data collection in that particular line? Then will we give them also a workshop for related contribution methods in data analysis. Those two things is very important. Data analysis and data collection and data analysis. So any new researchers or any researcher needed to work with the high impact research for writing skills and submit to the high impact research, should we have ability and understand how can we deal with the contribution in data collection and data analysis in that particular field. Then will we go to the fundamental aspect. Fundamental aspect, I will give you two things here, either mathematically or computing statistically, either in art and humanity or science or social science. So will we choose one of them, either computing, statistics, or anything, or will we go to the mathematical? So all the knowledge will be followed by them, or maybe both of them needed in your research. So now what we need, the type of the fundamental aspect workshop, we need to understand the challenges and issues. What is the difference between them in the language of the application? The challenges is the main problem. The issues that problems, or what we call it sub-problems that affect to the main. If we solve the issues, the main problem will be enhanced or solved, either in application-based or in theory-based, as we saw in the previous slides. They have applied and theory, either on those or both of them. We should be understand what is the challenge and the issues. Then the methods familiar. Methods familiar, that means here we can be understand the method for data collection, method for data analysis. Here, the method familiar. But here in the workshop for advanced, why we call it advanced? We need to understand what is the contribution for this method if we need to work on research, high impact research. So here, the differences with this, we need to understand the contribution. How can we give the impact for contribution? Here, we need to be familiar with the method. Okay, then contribution to the body of knowledge. Now, what is the body of knowledge? Body of knowledge is the key factor for the high impact journals. Body of knowledge, that means how can we give body of knowledge? What is the differences between your work and the previous work? Why we need to produce this work? This is, we call it body of knowledge. Body of knowledge divide in two parts, either transfer knowledge or proof of concept. Later on, will be explained to you what is the difference between them. If you are do the proof of concept, what is the type of the research will be followed? Then what is the type of the research if we go to the transfer knowledge? Transfer knowledge also this type. So both of them will be put in the body of knowledge. If you don't have body of knowledge, will be add to your field, the high impact journals for high impact factor cannot be accept your paper. So practically aspect, we should be take the training workshops about the practical aspect. Let me say in softwares, some software, simulation, implementation. So we need to take this skills. This skills we should be take as well before we start to do any research related objective computing. Depend on the application or theory. If you are working on the theory, what is the type of the objective we should be achieved? Okay, we should be understand from the workshop, from the previous research or the expertise that are already working on this particular area. Okay, and then all those we should be take before we start to do any research. When you define, I am expertise on soft computing, I will give you one example, like machine learning or others. We should understand the machine learning, how can we deal with the data collection? How can we do the data analysis in machine learning overall? Then what is the overall challenges and the issues that focus with the machine learning? What is the methods that familiar with the machine learning? They have traditional, they have deep learning, right? And then what is the contribution to the body of knowledge in the machine learning up to date? We should be give. Okay, we'll be follow the special issues for the journal. And the practically aspect, what is the type of the softwares will be follow in machine learning, either in coding or the software? If we need to implement real-time machine learning, how can we deal? If we need to simulate our data, how can we deal? Then what is the type of the objective? If I am working on this in the application part for the machine learning and the theory for the machine learning, if we need to produce a new theory. That means all those will be started like 1 month, 2 months, we'll be training the new researchers, then we'll be involving them in the field of application, let me say, for soft computing. Then we'll be start to give them the task, then we'll be working with them with the high impact research. So now this one is very important for any researchers. So any researcher, if they don't have any things about this, cannot be followed. Okay, from where will we go the material? From the books. Most of us follow the YouTubes, and then the YouTubes will be give you little things. That's why all those things will become from fundamental aspects from the books. Then the training workshops will be follow from advanced research methodology and fundamental part, but the references should we have 1 or 3 books will be follow for this particular field. So this one is very important. Then we go to the research levels that understand by those journals, high impact journals. The research level, we call it, and then the research type. Research levels, they have 3 levels, can be understood by high impact journals. We call it a new approach or theory level, and then domains levels, and then we have case trained level. If you are talking about the new theory or a new approach level, this is very high level, okay? If you are producing new theory, that means can be applied in different domains. You understand? The white space for the citation will be increased. So that's why when you produce any theory, definitely we understand that we should be solve the problem open challenges, right? But we should be understand also how can be applied this theory in different domains. Should be showing in our paper how can be deal with. Then the journal will be give you most, we come to follow this theory. So regarding to the scientists, if you are monitoring the high people or figure out problems people for your area, you can see that those people, they have 1 or 2 theory, even though. So those theory is very famous. Then this is the we call it case trend part will be followed by follow them. Then if we have these 2 theory, then the other people will be follow them in different domains. That's why this is, we call it high impact journals will be taken this level of the publication. Then in the domains level, always here the researchers that already spent 10 or 50 or 20 years, then can be produced the good theories that the theories will be follow, and the other people will be understand what is the things that will be deep. Now in the domain level and case trend level, it is PhD level. PhD students follow by the domains level. Will be choose 1 domain, then we'll be try to searching about the challenges and limitation for this challenge. Then will be produce the new body of the knowledge will be followed by them. So now from here we can be understand what is the connection between them. If we understand the connection between a new approach level and domain level and case trend, we should be take into consider 2 type of contribution. So the high impact journals, again, high impact factor, Q1, Q2, Q3 in ISI Web of Science focus for 2 main contribution, either transfer knowledge or proof of concept. So that's mean, I will give you 1 example. If I have 1 theory, so now I need to do proof of concept for the theory, okay? 1 theory, let me say create 1 theory, I will evaluate or compare with the other theory. I need to proof of concept this theory is better than others, right? Should we follow a data set standard, or maybe collect the data set or showing in different way how can be this theory better than others, right? This is, we call it a proof of concept. Transfer knowledge. What is the transfer knowledge? I will give you the things. Now let me say in the domain we have like an education domain, okay? So one application, I already create a new application. So this application will be applied the theory as existing in optimization to solve the problem for optimization for this domain. So that's mean will be take education is the domain. So now the theory that already apply in optimization will be transfer the knowledge from optimization from the computing to solve the something in the education. That means this is transfer knowledge contribution. So the transfer knowledge also considered as contribution to the ISI Web of Science with high impact factor, not just proof of concept. So in this way, we should be define all those in the cover letter. If you define those in cover letter, your cover letter will be very strong. Your cover letter cannot be just appear the names, appear the things that will be doing. No, they need to see from you what is the aspect for the contribution will be flow, either transfer knowledge or proof of concept. I will share you some of the cover letters that will be give to the journals, then will be give us the good record in 1 year. So now every year we can be published 20 ISI Q1 and Q2. Last 10 years we published like 200 ISI. So we don't have any problem with the journals. Why? Because we already understand the language. What is the things that will be deal with them? Then those journals cannot be spent our time. Within 2 months, 1 month and a half will be give you the responses, either accept or reject. So Case trend, that means it is connected with the domains. So each domain, they have many cases. Let me say in the sport, they have case for basketball, can be follow for the soccer player or anything. That means for each domain, they have different case trend. If we change the cases, sometimes will be considered as contribution, sometimes not considered as a contribution, depend on the two terms, proof of concept and transfer knowledge. So if you put like this way to balance the contribution, then you can be produce good research. Okay, then research types. It is very important. You should be understand what is the research type you are follow now. If you are follow traditional impact research, traditional, that means you are doing in one field. Security, just doing on security. I contribute on security itself. If I am working on artificial intelligence, working on just artificial intelligence. If I am working with the pedagogy, just in the pedagogy. That means traditional impact. Okay. Then other research. This one, traditional impact, it is one line. When you try to submit your paper or try to show to them your contribution, either transfer knowledge or proof of concept in traditional impact. You should be understand in your field what is the traditional impact for the line that will be followed. Okay, disciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, three of them in one line. So they have category in the journal. For high impact journals, we call it cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary. What is the differences between them? Interdisciplinary, that means two different fields in the same faculty. Two different fields in the same faculty. Information security and artificial intelligence under the computer science. Okay, so this is, we call it interdisciplinary. In the cover letter, I should be define what is the type of the research that will be follow under what is the level of the contribution. So both of them very important. It is key open for the high impact journal with high impact factor. So multidisciplinary, that means you are doing two different fields but different faculty, from different faculty. Let me say healthcare services from the health faculty and the computing faculty, computer science. That means we are doing two different fields from two different faculty. Cross-disciplinary, that means they have root from two different fields, but they have root. Biomedical engineering, so or biomedical engineering. That means biomedical engineering, they have degree. They have one faculty will be produce the degree part for the biomedical engineering. That means there is no new direction between them. The study is cross from the root. This is what we call it cross-disciplinary. This is the differences between them. If you are submit to the journal, your paper to the journal that already take interdisciplinary and your study is multidisciplinary, will be give you reject directly. Will be spend your time. So transdisciplinary, that means we are working with three different fields from three different faculties: management, computing, and law. Okay, so that means from three different faculty we can be produce one paper. So who are will be go through publication very fast, and who are will be commercialized? Depend on. If you are talking about traditional is very tough because they are follow the specific things. Will be give you the interims for this. When you go to the cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, easiest done. When you go to the commercialization also better done. Okay, because you are doing here very differences applications will be give to the society high impact, and the publication is more recommended for this. When you go to the transdisciplinary, is very tough for publication, but in the grant that we need to got it will be very easy. Why transdisciplinary is very tough? We should be divide the contribution in three particular fields. Let me say we are working on management, working with the computing, working with the law. Should be 30% with the law, 30% with the management, 30% with the computing. If you do like this, submit to the journal, okay, the journal that already received your paper should be transdisciplinary. Transdisciplinary journals is very low currency in the high impact journals. So that's why we'll be balancing your contribution. Will be give you the journal, your paper is already contribute more and contributing better, more than the management, then will be give you directly reject. If we need to get the acceptance here is very tough. That's why you should be take care who can be balance the contribution before you submit your paper. That's why we should be understand this language before we go to the journal. The writing is not just documented and submit. We should be understand on different aspect and the language that should be proceed your paper and go through the journal. So the other things that very important, any producing research or high impact research should be come from two different collaboration. Collaboration with the industry partner or cooperation with the university. Collaboration with the university should be fundamental part. This is the start point. If you don't have cooperation with the university, you cannot be get good fellow for the journals. So the cooperation should be under the general form and tricks to secure the fundamental grants. So you should be having grants under the university. This is the cooperation. Cooperation, if you put more institutes or more researchers from different institutes, is better for you. Will be give you high impact to the journals. The journals will be very happy for this because this one will be increase their visibility. Let us say I have journal, I will receive many manuscripts. Who will be give them the priority to follow for review process? The journals that they have many corporation institutes. Why? Because this one, the paper published, the visibility for the paper and the people who are seen from different universities. At least the university that already corporate readers will be follow later on. Many of them will be cited your paper. That's why this one is very important, the corporation. Then they have two types of corporation with the university. After done the research part, what is the other type of corporation should be followed? We are not just do the publication itself. We should be go to the industry partner. Industrial partner will be follow also the grant we call the prototype grant. So that's why the research will be start with the fundamental and will begin with the prototype. Then your product or finding should be go to the industry or the company. Then we can be reduce the gaps between the academic part for the university with the partnership with the industry. This is the things that will be followed in the research. And then we should be mentioned in your acknowledgement what is the type of corporation that you already follow. Corporation is very important. It is key backbone for the publication. Okay. Then after that, if we understand all those things, we should be go to the research sequences action. What is the meaning for research sequences action? Research sequences action, it is research sequence action by followed by index ISI of Science journal. We are not talking about the Scopus itself. We are talking about the Web of Science, the high impact, okay? So we have two parts in order to understand what is the research sequences action. What is the action that will be followed? Two parts. The first part, we call it index journal life cycle. We should be understand what is the index journal life cycle. They are focused on two particular things when you submit your paper. When you submit your paper, you are not just writing and submit. You should be take care about reliable resources, will be take about the structures follow inside your paper. Then what is the differences between them? Why those things will be checked before your paper go to the reviewers. Okay, who will be check this? Will be give you all the details in the next slides. Then in the second part, main strategy for choosing the suitable journals based on Journal Citation Report, GCR. When you are talking about the ranking for the university, the ranking for the university will be depend on the Scopus, true, but the papers will be checked in the GCR. That means that your paper should be indexed in Web of Science and Scopus. Then will be account for you in the ranking, QS ranking, okay? So those things is very important. When you go to the industry, if we need to get partner with the international industry, like until now, we are working with the many industry for international industry. So those people focus for the papers that produce from you or your group under the Journal Citation Report. They are not focused for other index. They are focused for this because they know that this particular index is the quality or high quality things, okay? So preparation steps for submit your manuscript or your paper on logical aspect. How can we read the mind for the journal before you submit your paper? This is in a professional way in the second part. Let me start for the first part about the action that should be followed in the research sequences. The first part we call it journal life cycle. Because I'm working with editor in many journals for the Q1 and Q2, that's why they have some, we call it black books inside the journal. The writers should be understand, or the researchers should be understand all those sequences. The author will be submit the paper to the journal. The journal will be received by exclusive editor. The exclusive editor will be just receive the email between the authors, the writers, corresponding authors, and the chief editor. So now, exclusive editor way, what is the things? They have polling here. Polling, that means the space. Many manuscripts will be put criteria to ranking the papers that already come. Let me say we are working with expert system and applications as the editor, okay? Every day we receive like 100 paper. It is a Q1 and very famous journal and expert system. Every day we receive 100 papers. 100, you can imagine. So we need to give responses 5 papers over 100. So that means the acceptance rate here very low. It is 5%. So now, how can we deal with this? We have pool. Okay, it is under Elsevier publisher. We have pool. What is the pool? We have all the manuscript that already received every day. Then the criteria will be take the corresponding author. We need to see the citation for corresponding author and H index. Depend on this will be ranking the pool, will be prioritize the pool. And then the chief editor will be request from exclusive editor to give them 5 papers, the highest 5 prioritization. Then will be proceed with the papers, not give them the acceptance. So if the corresponding author have good citation and H index, then will be proceed the sequences fast. There is no high chance for acceptance, because in this level will be remove the names. The chief editor cannot see the names. Okay, will be give them just the manuscript, and it will be depend on this manuscript will be see where is the editor that already achieved. So in the chief editor, they have 2 types of the action. Either will be do the action directly, will be sent to the reviewer, or we choose the suitable editor for you. Okay, and then the other job for the chief editor will be monitoring the journal index. This is not our talk today, because we are focused on the writing place. So the chief editor will be choose the editor suitable, the editor that will be choose for you here. So now the sequences for the paper, all the action will be changed from assignment with the editor, from chief editor will be go to the editor. If the chief editor reject your paper, will be give you out of scope. What is the reason here? Title and abstract. If you got the reject from this part, that means you have a problem in the title and abstract, because the chief editor can be read 3 things in your paper. Don't forget that. Will be read the title, will be read the abstract, and then will be read what we call the cover letter. The cover letter is very important for anyone. If you have a problem, either for those will be give you problem. So then the editor will be sent to the 3 sub-editors. We call it regional editor, association editor, assistant editor. Regional editor will be check reliable resource. You see that? Those people didn't go to the knowledge directly. They need to check the root for the paper before go to the knowledge part. That's why here they be reject. 99% from the paper reject from this stage. Okay, reliable resource. Who are reliable resource? Because in the internet or Google, many documents they have. So the writers that already using Google Scholar or using reliable resource, we need to define what is the meaning for reliable resources in the next slides. Structure fellow. Either you are structure follow the author guideline for the journal or not. If you didn't follow the author guideline, will be give you reject from him. So those people or those editors, they have accept, reject, accept, reject, accept, reject. 2 options for each of them. If anyone reject directly, your paper will be rejected. Okay. So this one, reliable resource, structure fellow. And what is the structure fellow? Familiar with most of the journals also will be give you in the next slide. Then will be check the plagiarism, the assistant editor. But then what is the accepted plagiarism for you? If we are talking about the review paper, systematic review and mini review, any type of the review that will be follow, the acceptance percentage for the copy paste or the plagiarism is 20% or less than 20%. If more than 20%, directly will be give you reject. But if you go to the research paper, what they will do will be cut the literature review, will be put in separate document, then will be upload to the plagiarism the paper without literature review. Then should we have 10% for the whole paper without literature review, and the literature review part itself will be have 10%. Then will be take the average between them. This is the way who are following the ISI Web of Science. Okay, So that's why we should be take care about the plagiarism. It is easiest part can be controlled by the researchers. They need the researchers who are writing by hand, okay, with the easiest language, not followed by complicated language. So after that, will be check the structure fellow. Then will be check the reliable resource. If all of them is already accept, the editor will be send your paper to the reviewer. Then who are reviewers will be come? Will be choose from your literature review, will be suggestion one by one. The one who are put in the literature review and try to working with the fellow by the gap will be choosing those people as the reviewers. So now this one is very sequences in the ISI web of SACS. What is the actions that will become from the reviewers? The actions either reject or strong reject or minor or major revision or revised and reconstruction. So reconsider or reconstruction should be take care about the or revised same sequences. What is the difference between them? Reject, that means they have a problem in the novelty. In the novelty itself, if you have a problem, either review paper, it is not novel, other people already writing the same things, or maybe you are just using a method that other people already use. The type of the novelty is already what we call it gone. How can we follow the sequences for the novelty? I will show to you in the research cycle. Will be defined to you what is the novelty impact, what is the novelty imagined in this particular journals. Okay. Then the strong reject. Strong reject, that means will be give you a blacklist, 5 years, cannot be published with them. So strong reject about two reasons. The first reason, you should be, don't forget that. If you submit your paper to the same journal, many journals, same paper to the many journals in the same time, cannot. Why? In the bagging system, when we upload the paper in the plagiarism, what we are doing? Where upload the paper, we didn't bag the paper down. So any journals receive any manuscript will be uploaded again. Then will be see where is the things. So now if let me say I have one journal, call it A. I will upload one document. Then if I submit to the journal B in the same time, the journal B will be submit the same document to the plagiarism. So the software will be take matching the document that already uploaded from different journals. Then will be give you blacklist and strong reject. Then will be informed the gravity. These people already submit the paper. Then will be have many things about the ethical. Okay, so don't do like this way. You should be take one journal, submit one time, then will be take patient, and then will be take the response. So if the response is take either reject or minor or revision or revise, so you can be follow the sequence, or maybe you can be do withdraw, then submit with the other paper. After withdraw, you can be submit to the other journal. So, and then other reason for strong reject. If you have conference paper and publish the conference paper in the conference, then will be take the paper as it, not special issue, as it, and then submit to the journal. This one we call it strong reject. Cannot be published the same paper directly. You should be showing the differences, at least 30% between the conference paper and what we call it, the journal that will be submitted, if the paper is not that special issue in the conference. So that means this one is very important for us. Minor revision, that means your paper is already have a triangular problem. We call it define a problem, evaluate a problem, and validate the problem. If you have problem in the definition, it is in the introduction, you have you don't have any ability can be write the problem in a properly way. You are not cited some papers. In the definition of a problem will be give you major correction, will be give you 2 chances, first round and second round. In the second round, if you didn't define the problem in the good way, then will be give you reject. So if you have a problem in evaluation, that's validation. What is the meaning for validation? That means you are follow the problem that already solved by the others. They have problem for the gaps. You didn't define the gaps in the literature review in the properly way. Okay, that will be understood by the journal. This is what we call it. Will be give you minor correction. Will be give you 3 chances in the minor correction. If you define good, will be good. If you didn't define, then will be give you second chance. Third chance will be reject your paper. Then revise and reconsider. It is same action, either revise or reconsider. Okay, what time will we take this? if you have a problem in the result presentation. In the result presentation, this one is very important. Let me say you already have good result and you present your result, but you have replicate in the result, replication, many tables. And let me say I already run the system, I have this result. Then will be run in different way, then I have this result. This one is replicate. You should be do something in order to present your paper in one table, not 2 or 3 tables, okay? This one, what we call it? We call it reconsideration. You should be take care, will be give you also 2 rounds at maximum. Then will be give you a reject. So that means those people already very careful when they need to give you any action. This is, we call it index journal life cycle. Now we'll be focused for 2 points. It is very important. Reliable resource and structure, because we know what is the plagiarism. When we go to the reliable resource itself, what is the meaning for reliable resource that understand by those journals? The journal or conference, they have peer review paper. Peer review, that means will be submit your paper to the journal. The journal will be sent to the 2 reviewers or 3. They are same level for you. This one is not reliable. Cannot be accept the reference that already have in your paper. If you submit to the ISI of Science, then would be they have some index journal. You should be focused with this. Some index journal or some index papers, but not reliable. How many index in the internet that we have? We have 225 index. Just 2 index is reliable. Scopus and ISI of Science. Under reliability. That means reliable index, our target here. Scopus and ISI. So I need the papers who are published in Scopus and ISI, then I can create my gaps and research and everything. This one should be understand. This is the reliability fact on this. Okay, either come from conference or journal, doesn't matter. Both of them is okay for your references, but should we have index, Scopus or ISI? So reliable index ISI. What is the meaning for reliable index ISI? We are now talking about the other things. What is the reliable index for the ISI itself? Web of Science and Web of Knowledge. The ISI itself divide in 2 parts. If you are talking about the ISI index, reliable index, we are talking about the Scopus. Scopus don't have any categories. But reliable index for ISI, that means the Scopus, you can go to the search engine for Scopus, collect all the papers from Scopus. I will show you how can we collect the papers. So when you go to the reliable index for ISI, we have Web of Science, Web of Knowledge. Web of Science focus on research aspect. Web of Knowledge focus for the development aspect in the series. Okay, so those people who are published in the Web of Science, they are come from universities and come from institutes. The people who are focused on Web of Knowledge focus for the people who are come from industries, for just focus for the development part. Okay, so engine needs. Now for summary, who are reliable resources? Web of Science, Science Direct, Scopus. Because now when you go to the Gravity Web of Science, already have what we call it, have Web of Knowledge and Web of Science in the same engine. We can collect the paper. So that means your paper should be come from systematic review. Systematic review engine that will be follow Web of Science, Science Direct, and Scopus at least, and plus the other things will be given to the next slides. So that means your papers should be come from those engines, not come from the Google Scholar. If you take from Google Scholar and they are not indexed one paper, then will be give you directly reject. Okay. Now we already understand what is the reliable resources. Now what is the percentage for the reliable resources that acceptance in your paper? They have also documented here, because should we have, if you have 100 reference, what is the acceptable range for the non-reliable? It is 10%. What is 10%? Should be come from book or maybe data set or maybe government that will be giving you reports, because those things not published in the index journal. Okay, it is published in the public. But if you are using or reading, it is already accept for you 10%. If you have 100 reference, can be accept from you 10, and you should be mentioned that in the cover letter to the chief editor. I already using this, and those they are not including in the engine for reliability. What is your opinion? Then will be proceed your paper very sequences. If you put just inside the references, will be this editor, regional editor will be received 100 you didn't mention in the cover letter, so will be considered this 10%, It's already out of reliability, even though you are follow the rules. Okay, so you should be mentioning that to the chief editor. Don't forget that in the cover letter. If you are using any non-reliable resources, about 10%. If you put more than 10%, directly will be give you reject who are regional editor. That means this one is very important before we go to the reviewers. So this one, we call it the reliable resources. Then now when we go to the structure fellow, you remember that now structure fellow come with the association editor. What is the structure that already familiar with the journals? Okay, they have standard structure. They already follow. What we call it? We call it here in the high impact journals, research cycle, research cycling. So now T1, we call it triangular systematic literature review, SLR. And then T2 and T4, we call it discussion, research focus, and sequences. And then T4, they have full-length research paper, we call it novelty cycle. If you understand this one, you can understand directly what is the language for the journal, and then what is the balance with the paper that can be submitted to the journal. So now, let me follow one by one. So I think now we can understand what is the research cycle from this shape or from this figure. The literature review will be start here. Okay, so this one is the standard in any journal that follow. It is in the black box. The editors understand these sequences. When you receive your paper, will be follow the sequence in the journals for high impact journals. So literature review should be have elements. What is the elements? Now let me say the element that will be choose element A and element B. Depend on what you are choosing your topics. You should be choose your topics depend on the special issue that followed by the high impact journals. Okay, so this one will be define the elements. Let me say now with the COVID-19. If I want to work with the COVID-19, my area with the COVID-19, what is the research direction that already come in the hot area that will be follow? When I go to the big journals that already publish, the particular for the expert system artificial intelligence with the COVID-19 will be give you what is the line direction that should be given. Who will be produce the special issue for those journals? The corporate between, you see the cooperation is very important between the industry and the journals. The editors, those one for this special issue, guest editor, and those people already working with the companies and with the academia. Then will be produced to you the special issue. Inside the special issue, what they have elements. Will be choose the elements. Depending on the elements, will be produce the keywords. What is the keywords? Let me say element A. A, they have A capital, A small, A black, A white, A. That means I need to take all the differences words that already appear from the previous publication in your particular elements. This is, we call it keywords. We should be define the keywords. Okay. After keywords, will be collect all the keywords under query, one query. After the query, you should be go to the engine, reliable engine, in order to collect the papers. After that, you should be do the filtration. In the filtration, they have many layers. You should be go to the title and abstract. Then will be go to the full. How many iteration that will be follow should be defined. Then after that will be go to final set. If you go the final set here, this one we call it reliable resources. You should, if you're working with the research paper, should be showing to them how can we collect your paper directly to the final set. Then this one I already submit with the document support. Document support with the paper is 10. One is the paper plus 9 document support. One of the document support, the sequences for the reliable resources will be shown to them. Then will be give you fast response in the high impact journal. High impact journal, if you publish 1 or 2 every year, better than for you to publish journals is not that reliable. Why? Because this one will be give you the cooperation with the industry and with the companies. Then your research will be very impactful. Understand to the society. So now after the final set will be create the taxonomy. Your own taxonomy depend on the final set will be give you here. The taxonomy is the main contribution here in the systematic review action or survey. Okay. So what is the difference between survey and systematic review? So survey, you already defined the way, but you didn't include the protocol of selection for the papers. Here we call it the protocol of selection, okay? Then, if you didn't include the protocol of selection, that means we'll be use the final set without any filtration because the area is very new, like COVID-19 with the artificial intelligence. Let me say we have just 20 or 30 papers. I want to use all those in order to produce the review or my aspect review for this or discussion paper for this. So will be called survey without any protocol for filtration. Maybe I have 1,000, 2,000 papers will become for me. I need to filter and then reduce, get narrow for the papers, depend on the some setting of criteria that in link with my area, okay, of interest. Then this is we call a systematic review. When we produce the taxonomy, after that, what is the type of analysis or mapping or discussion in your paper? Should be follow the significance of study, the first field, and then the second things you should be have recommendation, then the main challenges. Then the rectangular will be complete. After complete, the rectangular will be submitted to the journal as the SLR paper. This one we call it T1. This is the first stage for the research. If you don't have this one, you cannot be go to the other stage. You cannot be produce the research without literature review. You cannot be follow the research just will be choosing randomly. I need to follow in systematic way, then show to the journal will be respect what I am doing. Okay. So now the main challenge will be intersection with whom? Okay, will we go to the research focus now? What we have? Systematic review, research focus, discussion, and novelty. This is the backbone for the research. After the novelty, we can be go to the commercialize. After publication this, okay? So now, research focus. Research focus here cannot be published. You can be present in the conference in order to share the knowledge with the people who are expertise with you, but not publish, okay? So if you publish the research focus in the conference index, you cannot be published the discussion. You should be choose one of them, either discussion paper or research focus. That means the plagiarism that will become from here. You remember that the status for the research cycle, we call it strong reject. Those people already published the research focus and the discussion in the same time. Publish in the conference, then will be take and publish in the journal, then will be take what we call it strong reject. For my recommendation, it's better for you don't go to the research focus, go to the discussion. Discussion, that means the chapter 3 and chapter 2 part of the chapter 2 will be create one paper without result. Will be showing the direction and then how can be produce the solution, then you can be publish one paper, okay? That's why we have here discussion paper will be published in the ISI. Research focus cannot be published in the journal, can be published in the conference. But if you publish this, we need to produce the discussion paper. According to this, you should be compared between the differences between them at least 30%, at least, okay? So otherwise will be very dangerous with it. So now what is this one? How can we deal with the research focus that can be understood by ISI Web of Science? So verify gaps. How can we verify? The taxonomy, it is many lines. I will choose one line or define the gaps. So now we need to select the direction from us, would be verify the gaps. If I need to verify the gaps, I need justification. I need to publish this or get the acceptance before, then will be followed, depend on this as the reference for me to define the gaps, okay? So these gaps will be intersection with whom? With the many challenges that already have. Why will be followed? Because the challenges that will be included in the systematic review, the different aspects. Let me say we are already choosing 1 or 3 keywords that will be follow the elements, then will become many challenges, like cost challenging or technical challenging, or maybe human challenging, or maybe society challenging. So that means different challenging will become here. So I will intersection see the challenge will be selective here. So if a challenge will become as the open, if the all references refer to the same challenge within 10 years, or maybe will be choose one and then other one will become as the, we call it one challenge and the other one, we call it benchmark, okay? So what is the benchmarking here? Because will be called as the third. Let me say challenge A, challenge B. If I take one challenge, I try to solve this challenge, I cannot be forget this challenge because I need to do the balancing between them. Let me say, I am working with the time consuming, okay? And then the accuracy. I need to reduce the time, but I am not take care about the accuracy. If I reduce the time, the accuracy will be affect. So my product cannot be go to the industry. Understand what I say? So that means we have two types of the problem. I need to solve one, but take care at least will be compared with the other part for the literature should be at least should be follow the same accuracy that will become or account by the others. Understand what I say? Then you can be account your contribution in the body of knowledge. So this one, you should be take care about it. So after that, we should be understand what is the evaluation and validation. If validation, that means will be validate your result. There is no one done before you. There is no comparing between your result and the others. This one we call it generation results. If you generate new results, will be do just validation. If you generate new results, and then the other people try to generate new results in the same field, you should be compared with them. This is, we call it evaluation. In evaluation, different fields, different way for evaluation. They have subjective evaluation, we have objective evaluation. This is the language that's already defined by the ISI Web of Science, okay? So after that, we'll be go to the other part, we call it discussion. So discussion, when you go to the challenges here, you should be define the case. Here will be take care about the things that we already talked. Either will be fellow transfer knowledge or maybe proof of concept. So now, depending on this will be define our case. Now the main challenge, I have one in each research, then depend on the main challenge, depend on the case that I already choose for proof of concept or transfer knowledge will be defined the specific problem. We call it issues in the journal, high impact journals. We call it issues. So now the direction for the methodology will be follow both one of them. Either will be go to the existing result, theories, or produce what we call it transfer knowledge. So now, if you are follow this way, this is we call it existing one. If you follow this, this is we call it multidisciplinary one. So what is the existing and multidisciplinary, cross and interdisciplinary, the type for the research? When you are talking about the traditional research, when you are talking about the traditional research, you remember that here we have traditional research, cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, trans. Here will be take care about in the methodology part, you see, or in the discussion. Here will be take just traditional. Here will be take either disciplinary or cross or multi or interdisciplinary. Understand or the, so those lines will be taken. I will explain to you line by line. That should be give their finger in the literature survey. Okay, so this one should be go to the existing problem state. That means they have some statement talk about the accuracy. Then I can be take the requirement or supportive from the literature for the existing one. Okay, so the type of the research here is existing already in the traditional way. Some people already working before you. Then when you come with the results, will be compared with them after validation your results, right? So this one is the language that already understand by the ISI Web of Science. Now, if you go to the theoretical part or multidisciplinary part, from this will be analyzing the problem. Here, the type of the problem, we call it redefine problem. Here we call it existing problem. Redefine problem, that means will be do the discussion for a problem. Depend on the theories that will be solved your problem, okay? So you should be take care about the theory gap here, because two types of the gaps that you have in order to define a problem. You have theory gap and research gap. Verify research gap first, then will be verify the theory gap. So in the theory gap, also they have two lines. Either will be follow the latest technology or will be follow the existing one for recommendation theory. If you follow the latest technology, should be take the supportive by the literature. So if you follow the multidisciplinary one, will be defined directly your problem depending on the needs for those theories. So now if you understand all those sequences, you can be published very easy discussion paper. So discussion paper, you can be produced here in the T3, we call triangular 3. So very easy, can be published in Q1 or Q2, very easy. Will be take 1 month or 2 months, then will be give you the acceptance. Now, when we try to transfer the discussion to the novelty, that means I will apply the theory, then will become with a new result, okay? So here the novelty cannot be just apply something didn't apply before, no. So now the novelty should be take care about introduction and critical review will be showing where the people already stop and then from which point that you already start. This is, we call it critical review. Then final solution should become with generation results. Generation in new results. I need to see new results they didn't discuss before. Understand what I say? not just new tables, new results, new generation results that will become. So now here, critical review will be showing the start point from the people who are stopped, then generation in new results. Then after that will be follow with the discussion, the generation in your results. So that means if you have all these triangular, this is, we call it novelty. This is the language that are already understood by the journal. Again, critical review, that means the people who are stopped here, I already start after them. Now already done here. Now, when you give the solution, should be generating your results that didn't done before. It is in link with the problem that you already define here, challenge and specific problem. So now generation new results. Then will be followed by discussion. I need to discuss how can we solve the problem. Will be shown to them in the discussion. What is the particular discussion that we should be including? Evaluation and validation. Evaluate the specific problem and validate your results. Okay, or maybe just validation without evaluation. That means there is no one done before your results. We call it novel. So now, if you are done just validation without evaluation, you can be put in your paper as novel, word novel in your paper. If you are done the evaluation with the validation, you cannot be say novel. That means any paper we are received from the journal with novel will be checked the novelty. If the people do evaluation, directly reject your paper, because those people don't understand what is the things that will be writing. Just writing anything, then submit. They are not a professional on writing. Will be spend the time for review this paper. So this is the sequences that you should be understand on those particular research. So if you understand this, you can be submit your full-length paper to the high impact journal. Now, how long it take to finish this with the PhD? Like our PhD finished within 2 years. Okay, I have like 20 PhD, all of them finished 2 years, 2 years, 2 years. So, and then each student should be produced 3 ISI papers, Web of Science, systematic review within 2 years, and then discussion paper in ISI. Then will be do proposal defense. Proposal defense should be have 2 papers, at least, my requirement. Then after that, you'll be go to the research paper, the results after this. Then within 2 years can be finished the thesis, and then can be collect with the thesis by publication. It is high impact research. Then second part or professional part, who are deal with this? The supervisor or the principal investigator or corresponding author who are choosing the suitable journal for you. What is the criteria will be follow in order to choose the best journals for you? We call it journal citation report criteria. Most frequency used, multi-dimension, multi-category, line strategy, number of the issues follow. What is the differences between them? If you didn't link between all of them, this is not suitable journals for you. Okay, so that means when we go to the most frequency use, when you write your journals, it is better for you to choose the journal than write your paper according to the journal. No, you should be writing your manuscript, then choose the suitable journal for this. Because if this journal is already reject your paper, directly can be choose other journal, can be submit. If you're writing, depends on the journal itself, maybe the contribution is not balanced with them, then will be failed. Because the journal, every issue and every volume will be changed their strategy. Okay, I will show to you how can be reading the mind for the journal next slide. So now, most frequency use, that mean that how many references when you are doing the research, how many references already appear in the same journal? This is most frequency used in your paper. So multidisciplinary. Multidisciplinary is very important because if you are working with the multidisciplinary or multi-category, multidisciplinary will be give you high chance for acceptance. Why? Because multidisciplinary, as we say, will become from 2 different fields, from 2 different faculties. So now the judgment will become 50% here, 50% from the health, 50% from the computing. If anyone reject your paper, will be give you other chance to the other reviewer, will be invited other reviewer. That means the acceptance rate for multidisciplinary compared with the other disciplinary is 50%, will be give the acceptance. So now multi-category. Multi-category, that means the journal itself, they have multi-categories. Understand? Let me say information security, artificial intelligence, expert system, multi-category. So we'll be choose the journal that will be Q1 from the other categories and the Q4 in my categories that already put in the cover letter. When you are writing your paper in the subset of the Q1 and then submit with this particular field, then the paper will be give you high responses. Again, multi-category. It is weaknesses in the journal citation report. Why? Let me say I have category A, category B, A, B, C, D. Focus with me. If I am writing the paper with the A, and the A is a Q4 here in the category, and Q2, Q1 here, the journal will be considered as a Q1, but I will use the name paper to my category as the Q4, understand? Then the level for my paper is a Q1, then will be considered my paper as Q1 after acceptance. This one is the weaknesses in the journal citation report in the multi-category. Line strategy. So now we'll be sorting the journal in the line strategy. You can see now in the November for every year, the journals will be closed, the citations account. Then will be submit the report to the Thomson Reuters in order to create a new journal citation report. Like now in this year, the journal citation report, we account for previous years. Understand? 2019. In 2021 will be account for 2020. So that means the line strategy in November will be C. The last paper will be divided. The last strategy, that means I will prioritize the journals in one category. Then will be C. The last journal in Q4 is very critical. Why? Because they need to compute the impact factor. What is the impact factor? Impact factor is the number of citation to the number of publication. They need to increase the number of citation divided to the number of publication, then can be account for this line. So that means the last journal in Q4, last journal for Q3, last journal for Q2, and first journal in Q2, first journal in Q3, first journal in Q4, they need to increase themselves to the other category, higher category. That means they need more citation. But those people in November will be very weaknesses. They can be accept your paper review within 2 weeks. Okay, don't forget that. So the line strategy is very, very important for any researchers that are already working on this. Okay, number of issues. If the journal will be increased the number of issues, that means the impact factor is already come down. They need more papers. If you get number of issues more compared with the journals that will be published less issue, number of issues high is the weaknesses journal. Okay, compare with the others. That means I should be choosing. So now if the journals already most frequency and multidisciplinary and in the multi-category option, and then in the line strategy already, and the number of issues very high, I will choose this journal to submit my paper. It takes like 3 or 4 days to study the journal citation reports. So now here, all those strategy, where I should be found in the journal citation report. This one is not free access. It is subscribed, depend on the university. If you don't have access for this, very tough to get all those criteria to choose your suitable journals. Okay, so after that will be prepared the paper for submission. You see now I can be prepared my document for publication. So now what is the document that need? Reading journal minds. Why I need to read the journal mind? Because the journal maybe will be published theory now. In the next issue cannot be published theory. We publish just the application. And the next issue will be take application and theory. I need to reading the journal mind in the current issue. Then will be see what is the accept my paper or not. So this one is very important. And then we need to prepare the document support to share the professional cover letter. Depend on the journal needs. I need to follow this. In the cover letter, we can take just workshop in cover letter. How can we prepare? Because they have 4 types of the cover letter. We need to take care about it. If we are writing systematic review, they have cover letter. If you are writing discussion paper, they have cover letter. If you are writing research paper full length, they have 2 cover letter. If you are writing in application cover letter, if you are writing in theories, they have cover letter. 4 types of the cover letters that they have. I think I take much time. Should we continue or stop? So
Yeah, you can a little bit more.
okay, I'll try to finish. Okay. So then highlight contribution points in your cover letter as the outside. So highlight contribution points should be defined either contribution in the proof of concept or transfer knowledge. Then revised version with the responses sheet. The responses also, they have 2 types of the responses. They have table of responses. They have what we call it rebooter of responses. If you go to the Elsevier or IEEE transaction or go to the Lancet, so those people, they are follow the rebooter. If you go to the Springer or go to the Wiley or other publisher, so those people working with the table of responses, they have two types. Also, we don't have time to explain to you how can we deal with those things. Rejection point. Rejection point, they have many rejection points should we take care about. Cannot be put in your title, maybe rejection point. Novelty is the rejection point. How can we define the problem is the rejection point? They have 6 rejection points should be eliminated. And the title cannot be put novelty if you have evaluation. Directly or be rejected. Second point, cannot be put in the title, you are discovery something. Discovery, because the discovery is bigger than novelty. You should be showing, if you put discovery, you should have patent, international patent. This one in link with the patent, IP, okay? Finally, so this is second point. Third point, triangular for the problem. If you have problem in the definition, in the introduction, will be give you, as I ask you, we will give you 3 chances. And the third chance will be reject your paper. This one is rejection point. Define problem in the introduction. Validate the problem, the gaps in the literature review. It is a rejection point. And then in the evaluation and validation, if you didn't define as the properly way or discussion and properly way, will be give you a rejection point. And novelty sequence that I already explained to you. The critical review, new generation results, and then how can be discussed. This is, we call it novelty sequence. If you have a problem in the novelty sequence, will be reject your paper. So that means this is the rejection point will be given. So increase the chance for acceptance. How can we increase the chance for the acceptance? You should be understand all those language to increase the chance for the acceptance. Other things, if you cooperation is very important with the many institutes, many researchers, that will be give you high chance for the acceptance, will be give you priority for review your paper. Why? Because this one will be give you more visibility for the readers, will be give to the journals more citation later on in the future direction. And then high chance also cooperate with the grants. That means either fundamental grant or prototype grants. The number of grants should be appear in the acknowledgement. This is very important. Then will be give you also high chance for acceptance. So this one is already follow. I think this one is more professional. We call it the impact for the citation and reputation. We don't have time to explain everything. Just will be give you roughly. If we need to create the more suitable paper or citable paper, you should have strategies to follow. We call it landscape strategy, crossover strategy, multi-aspect strategy or structure should we follow, extension line, we already follow. And then they have 4th strategy, we call it advanced gate narrow structure. So all those already defined by the journals. If you choose one of them and follow with the sequences, then will be give you high chance for the acceptance. If you follow all of them, one of them will be give you the accept within 3 weeks. Didn't spend your time in the high impact journals, okay? So in the last part, we call it reputational impact and commercialization strategy to fill up the gaps between the industry and academia. The first part, you should be take care about the H-index drawing. H-index is very important in the commercialization, and structure fellow to increase the H-index. They have also structure fellow in the first part. And then what we have in the second part, we have intellectual properties, IP filing, and international competition should be participant. Why? Because in the international competition, they have many industry will become in the third, because they have two days or 3 days. The first day will become the judgment from academia and industry. The second days, the companies will become in order to cooperate with them and then do the contract with your university to take your product. This is the last stage for the research, should be followed by the academia. So those things for first part and second part, for first part for H-index drawing, you should be understand the quantity and the quality impact. And they have 3-in-1 types for the H-index. We have Google Scholar, we have Scopus, and ISI should be in link for increasing all of them. And then how can we increase the H-index? They have multi-fellow strategy in your paper. They have multi-driven interaction. And then they have one strategy that we already followed by 2020 this year, and they already coming by the journal. We call it driven design aspect, 360. This is a new coming in the journal with the COVID-19. Okay, so most of the researchers that are already working with the COVID-19 with the high impact journals follow this one. How can be driven aspect 360? So this is a strategy how can be increase your H index. And IP, we are talking about the international IP, not local IP. International IP should be have claims for utility, and they have utility or patent. Okay. So what is the differences between them? Should be have claims. If you have two claims in your document, will be considered as the IP. Then US IP is the most strong one. Okay. And then structure for the patent should be the ID. And then responses for the searching report, because when we give you a searching report within 2 or 3 months, then you should be responses according to the agency that already have, and then will be give you the acceptance, then will be register your IP. Then in the last part and last things for this presentation, we call it international competition. International competition, when you go to the international competition, you should be have product and ready for commercialize. Okay, so it should be produce the novelty. And very important things, you should be showing to them how can be this product white space commercialization in two particular things, service provider and product provider. How can be generation money for the company that if they need to take your things. And then should be showing to them also sustainability terms for your product in this commercialization. Then the impact for the country will be decreased, depend on the finding or the product that will be produced to the companies. And thank you very much. And sorry because I am talk a lot because I need to follow the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zaidan. This is very useful and interesting topics, yeah, about the writing skills. And after this, we receive questions. Yeah. So, we have one question in the chat room. This is from Dr. Srin Al-Sapa from Princess Norat Binti Abdul Rahman University. The question is, what's the difference between journal in Scopus and ISI?
Can you repeat because I didn't hear the voice.
What is the difference between journal in Scopus and ISI?
Yes, this is a good question. Because if you publish in Scopus, what is the differences between Scopus and ISI? Because most of the researchers now focus with the Scopus. They didn't take care about the ISI, right? So the Scopus is already reliable, can be published. But what is the differences between them? As we say that in the research, what we have two different parts. We have research part, we have development part and research part. So the research part should be take care about what we call it, about the problem, how can be solved. And the development part will be produce a new development about the results and how can be develop your solution, right? So the Scopus focus for development, don't focus for the research part. So we are working with the institute and universities. We are produce a problem. We need to get the solution for this problem, right? So that's why we should be published in suitable journals and be evaluate my solution depending on the problems. That's why we should be go to the ISI, and which ISI should be follow? ISI Web of Science. Then in the other particular field and the other things, when I have results, I need to produce a new development and compare with the previous results. This one we call it development. Can be published in Web of Knowledge or published in Scopus in the same level. ISI Web of Knowledge and Scopus in the same level for the development part. So that's mean this is the differences between them. Cannot be just published. Why? Because those people in the Scopus will be focused for the development. Don't focus with the problem and the solution itself. These differences, two different schools, definitely. So now the universities, most of the universities, why they don't have good figure out peoples? You can see now, any universities go for the people who are focused with the Scopus, a lot of application, but the citation very, very low. Why? The H index is very low because the researchers don't interest to follow the people who are follow with the development by the universities and the institutes. They need to go to the people who are producing new solution with the problems that will be go through. That's why it is better for you to go with the ISI Web of Science. Most of the journals, 90%, if not 99%, the ISI Web of Science, it is a Scopus at the same time. Okay, so it is better for you to go for this journals if you are working with the university and institute. But if you are working with the industry you can go directly to the scopes. Because I have many friends now working with the Intel company, international companies, they are focused for the scopes. It's okay. Because also the people there working with the development can be focused on the scopes. This is the differences between them.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sultan. I hope Dr. Steve already heard about the answer. Yeah, thank you very much. I haven't seen any questions more from the YouTube channel. Also, I don't have any questions. So I guess we can continue to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much from Associate Professor Dr. Awes Saidan. So we can give an virtual applause. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe
Thank
you can
Most
stay
welcome.
here because sometimes participants have questions. After this, the question is referred to you sometimes. Okay.
Inshallah. Inshallah. Okay,
So
thank you
I'm
very much.
calling for, yeah. So I'm calling for Dr. Normaslina Abu Bakar from University Sultan Zainal Abidin.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Zaidan, can you cross your presentation?
Okay.
Professor Dr. Zaidan, can you cross your presentation? So, yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so may I start now?
Yes.
Okay.
This is your time for the presentation.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. My name is Normaslina Abu Bakar.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, my name is Normaslina Abu Bakar and I am from the Center of Management Sciences, Faculty of Business and Management, University Sultan Zainal Abidin from Terengganu and Malaysia. This is me at one of the carnival on e-learning that I attended. And this is a little bit about me on my education. Okay, basically I graduated from the University of Bristol in 1996, which is the same year as our Malaysian Minister of Finance graduated, that is Tengku Zafrul. I completed my master degree in applied statistics and also PhD in robust statistics at University Putra Malaysia. So today I would like to share some of the misuse and also misconceptions in the statistical data analysis in research. And basically, this is the outline of my presentation. I will begin with the introduction and highlighting on the importance of statistics. Then I will provide some misuse and misconceptions in data sampling and also some misleading analysis due to the presence of outliers in data sets. And I will end with some conclusion to the presentation. As the introduction, every day, you like it or not, statistics becomes a major part of your life. For example, every day you make different decisions regarding your life as a lecturer, as a researcher. Okay, every day probably you begin with breakfast time, or even before breakfast, you make a decision on what to wear, or even where to have breakfast, and which restaurant you like to have breakfast, and who you like to have breakfast with. So everything depends on data which is already in your head. You know which restaurants serve the best breakfast, and probably your decision will be guided based on your on your experience or your satisfaction level. And you search, every day probably you also search at Shopee, for example, and decides what to buy, whether to buy, whether not to buy. And these are based on your comments, feedbacks, and also probably number of likes in on the item that you're going to buy. And even you have lots of data with you. You choose your favorite airline probably you decide because you have informed data on the price of the flights and services of the airlines. And also probably you already have rumors or even data on the satisfaction level of customers using the flight. And also every day you decide on where to publish, which journals, how to publish, and the technology that we have today have made us become so rich in information. Okay, so data-informed decision-making cycle. This is the usual that you can find from internet. Okay, starting with framing issue, asking the right question. And next step is for data collection, data analysis, data interpretation, and deriving to decision making and communication. So if you look at the cycle of decision making, you can see that 2, 3, 4 involve basically the large portion of decision making involves statistical analysis. You start with data collection and then data analysis. From the results, you're going to do some data interpretation to make a better decision. Okay, however, okay, we know that with technology, there are a lot of advantages in gaining information, but also we need to be careful and be aware that some analysis, some data, or some statistical techniques can provide misleading reports or information or conclusion if you are not careful with it. So what do I mean by this? Okay, for example, okay, this is a funny example actually. If you can see the shark attacks and ice cream sales, it looks like they are related to one another. But however, both, if you can see the notes here, both ice cream sales and shark attacks increase when the weather is hot and sunny, but they are not caused by each other. They are caused by good weather where lots of people at beach. Okay, everybody is running at the beach or into the water. And they also enjoy eating ice cream during the good weather, and having a swim in the sea will expose them to shark attacks. Okay, another example is for you to ponder. Okay, the US oil production from the year of 1949 up to year of 2007. Okay, and the rock versus the rock music quality. So this is something for you to ponder. Does the quality of rock music influence the US oil production? Okay, probably after this you can search or Google for the info. So with the advancements of technology, there are also a great potential of misuse in using technology. For example, I extracted this from SPSS, whereby by using the SPSS software, statistical package for social science, data analysis can be made in a few. They say that data analysis is so simple. You can just plug in all the values and then in a matter of a few mouse clicks, you can derive to your data analysis and make conclusions based on what you got after you have done with clickings. Okay, however, you must bear in mind that statistics is not the what do you call that, total guide to decision making, but it only assists with the hope that the problem that you have can be solved in a better manner with the use of statistical findings you have from your data. So we come to the objective of my presentation. Basically, I would like to share the discover on the potential for misuse of statistics in research. And I will include some variety of commonly used statistical methods and the misuse and misleading interpretation. And I will focus on data sampling and also the effects of outliers in inferential statistics. Okay, so the first thing, data sampling. Basically, everybody knows that sampling techniques, it's either by probability, with probability and without probability, or non-probability. So basically, this type of probability, the simple random sample, systematic stratified cluster sampling, will provide you generalization from the finding of your result. Okay, you can generalize to the population. Whereas for non-probability sampling, the results will be you cannot make generalization on the population, but it is only based on your survey. Okay, so for example, I have here one example. Let's say we want to make research on public opinion on certain issues between 3 ethnic groups in Malaysia. Okay, and we know that the population of Malaysia, we have 32.6 million Malaysians. So what do we do? How do we select sample? And why do we select sample? So we know that we need to collect a good sample because it is too expensive or too time consuming for you to collect information on everybody, the whole population. And sometimes the process could be destructive. This is in another type of study where probably you need to measure the strength of cars or even soda bottles. And for the public opinion, it can be very expensive and too time consuming if you were to conduct the research on the whole population. So you take sample with the aim to generalize the conclusion from your selected sample to your population. And in this case, it is Malaysian population. So we target a sample of, let's say, 30,000 people, and the result will represent the population, the opinions of population for all Malaysian. However, usually we read in journals or even research papers that the researchers claim that a random sample has been selected for their study. However, is this claim genuine? Okay, basically the common practice, this is the common practice, is to conduct a survey at convenient place, convenient to them, convenient to get a lot of data. For example, they will carry it at shopping complex, at government offices, or even at schools. And recently, I encountered a poll which they made at a hotel, whereby they call out, they advertise the and they ask people to come to the hotel and to interview them. However, this common practice is not random sampling, but this is rather a convenience sampling, which is the non-probability sampling. Okay, it is okay to do convenience sampling, but it is not okay if you do convenience sampling, but you claim it as random sampling, because these two fell into different category. Random sampling is probabilistic, okay, with probability, whereas convenience sampling is non-probability. Okay, and non-probability or convenience sampling usually involves voluntary response, either responding to advertisement, or you call through publicized telephone number, or you ask people to log on to an internet site to complete a survey. And okay, the problem with convenience sampling is that you cannot generalize findings to the population. Okay, so your finding is only limited to the number of respondents in your survey. And it is totally wrong to generalize the findings to a larger population, and only descriptive statistics can be applied to convenient samples. This is what most people will be carried away, because we have encountered many studies with convenience sampling, but statistical tests such as t-tests and even regressions were conducted, and they generalized their results to a population, which is totally wrong. Okay, so this is the first misconception or misuse of statistics. Okay, another misconception comes from something they call that, you know, people always say that, oh, your sample size is too small and it is not enough. So how large is, you must sample? Do you need a larger sample for a large population? And in this case, there is no hard rule for the sample size determination. And referring to Cochrane 1977, of course, this is a very old citation, but it's still valid till today. Okay, in estimating sample sizes, this is based on 3 criteria. The first one is the sampling techniques that you use, and then the second one, the desired precision, and the margin of error. And the quality of random samples is high if the sampling is done very carefully and efficiently. Sometimes, this is what I always say to some of the researchers. Sometimes, let's say you want to make a study in your university. Sometimes, if you make the sampling, random sampling correctly, you choose like 100 students from your university. This is even much, you will get a much better result, or you can generalize to the population rather than you take a convenience sampling of 3,000 people, let's say, out of everybody in your university. And the second one that I like to present today is the effects of outliers. What can outliers do to your data analysis and conclusion? When talking about outliers, it is good that if you know what is the definition of outliers, which is defined as data that behave differently from the majority of the data set. Okay, for example, we have here a scatter plot of Belgian fire data from the year of 1976 to 1980. So everybody, the majority of the data lies this way, except for this guy. So this is called an outlier because it behaves differently from the majority of the data. So what can an outlier do to a data set? Okay, I provide you with one simple example on how an outlier affecting the calculation of mean. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 data here. Okay, very similar to one another with mean of 5.45 and median 5. The calculated median is 5 and the mode is also 5. Mode is data with the most frequent, that occur most frequent. Okay, we have 5 and the standard deviation is 1.04. Okay, and the second data, similar data, but now we introduce one outlier in this data set, which is 300. And if you calculated mean, median, mode for this similar data, except that this one is with outlier, you can see that mean value is largely affected by the presence of this outlier. Okay, initially it was 5.45. Now the mean becomes enlarged to 30. Okay, this is 30 is the mean due to the effect of the outlier. Whereas if you look at the value of median and mode, okay, median is not affected that much and mode is not affected at all. Okay, and that's why they always say that median and mode as robust value. Okay, and if you look at the other calculation, that is the computation of standard deviation, for this data without outlier, it is 1.04. And now with outliers, the standard deviation is very huge. So basically, mean cannot be the representative of the data anymore because 30 is definitely a misleading value when the data consists of outlier. So this is how outlier is affecting data analysis. Okay, if you think this is simple, mean and standard deviation are two measures which will be used in correlation, in regression, in t-test, and so on. So you can imagine what will mean provide and standard deviation, and mean will provide to t-statistic, to t-test, to correlation, and to regression. You know, the value will be, you know, you're going to get very misleading value, and I will show you the examples after this. Okay, we go back to the scatter plot of 5 years versus year. And you can see that this guy is an outlier. And actually, this is due to the extremely hot and dry weather in 1976, which caused trees and bushes to catch fire spontaneously. So in the year 1976, they experienced a lot of fires due to the hot and dry weather. Okay, so now what you're going to do is we're going to perform regression on the data. And as you can see, this is data with the outlier, with this guy. And then this is the data, the regression whereby we omit the outlier in this data. Okay, we omit data for 1976. Okay, you can see that from the scatter plot, the regression line has a negative slope. Okay, so this is what you're gonna get if you include the outlier in the data set. Okay, and basically you're going to get, if you use this regression line as your final result, you're going to lead to a wrong conclusion. you're going to say that in 1981, they're going to be less fire. Okay, but you can see that the regression with the regression plot without the outlier provides a better result with better prediction that you know that you're going to get probably a higher value in 1981. Okay, so basically, if you look at the mean, okay, the value of mean here, mean, for me, mean is like a politician. You know, he tries to please everybody. You see, the data mean is 5.45 because they try to, mean tries to please 4 and 7. Okay, they try to be in the middle. And in this case, okay, as a politician, mean tries to please everybody again because they don't want to be so far from 300. And at the same time, you don't want to be so far from 4. And this is what it leads to in regression. So the regression line by ordinary least square will try to please everyone in this data set. And thus it gives the best fitted line, which will make this data become very influential. But if you omit the outlier here, you're going, you know, the regression line will only consider these 4 data and will please these 4 people or 4 data. All right, so there is something called robust methods, which provide an alternative to the classical method. And robust in this case means resilient towards the impact of outliers. Okay, this is the same scatter plot for number of years versus year in Belgium fire data. And this is using the classical classical ordinary least square, OLS, ordinary least square. And this is using the robust reweighted least square. Okay, in which by using the robust method, the method will put a very low weight to this point and focus on the majority of the data set to get a more robust regression line. Okay, and this is the fitting graph. Okay, and this is another example on Belgian telephone data. Okay, and if you look at the data here, the black big dots are the original data, these dots, and then these dots, and there are a few dots which are now considered as outliers. And these outliers happen due to the recording system. Before the year of 1965, they used another type of recording system where they recorded the number of international calls made. But from this year to this, okay, from 1965 to 1970, okay, more or less, they use another recording system whereby in these years, the total number of minutes of the calls are recorded. Instead of total number of calls, they record the total number of minutes of the calls. So basically, these are totally different from the original data. So these are outliers, and if you use ordinary least square, you're going to get this regression line because ordinary least square try to fit the best line for these points, for all points, outlying or not. Okay, whereas for robust least square or reweighted least square, you're going to get a better line which represent the original or the right, the inliers for Belgian telephone data. Okay, and usually what researchers do is they like to detect the outliers before performing any data analysis. Okay, the question is, can outlier be detected? And usually detection is done by classical Mahalanobis distance. Okay, can an outlier be detected? Yes, of course, outliers can be detected. But however, if you look at these three data, okay, so these data are very famous or regularly used in a study of statistics, and they are Hawkins-Bradukas data, stat-loss data, and salinity data. Okay, in this data, Hawkins-Bradukas, you can guess how many outliers are there in the data. Looking at the Mahalanobis distance, okay, you perform the Mahalanobis distance in order for you to detect outlier. However, by using this method, you can see that there is one outlier. Okay, so you happily say that this is an outlier and you omit it. Actually, the omittance of outliers is not desirable in statistical analysis because it will provide some biasness to your analysis. However, in this Bradukas data, there are actually not one, but 14 outliers. So the outliers kind of, you call this as masked. Okay, this is the masking effect of Mahalanobis distance, whereby these outliers are now considered as inliers. Okay, so there is some misinformation here. Instead of 14 Mahalanobis distance, only report one outlier in this data. Okay, for the second data, which is called stat-loss data, in this data, this is quite a difficult data. Okay, there are actually 4 points detected as outliers in this data, but by looking at these scatter plots, I don't know. I cannot distinguish. If they didn't highlight these 4, I cannot distinguish which one is outlier. In fact, looking at this scatter plot, I will think that this one and this one, I will suspect them as outliers instead of the true outliers here. Okay, so this is called masking. Okay, you mask these 4. Okay, the culprits. There are 4 bad people in this group, but you say they are good people. Whereas good people, there are 2 good people in this group, and now you are suspicious of them. You see? So, and I will tell you why Mahalanobis distance cannot detect these 4 as outliers later. Okay, so let's have a look at another data here, which is salinity data. Okay, we have a number of observations here, and okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 data supposed to be outliers, but Mahalanobis distance only tell you that there is one outlier in the data set. So why is so? Okay, so I already mentioned masking effect. Outlier is masked or failed to be detected, and there is another effect opposite of it, which is called swampy effect, whereby in this case inlier is detected as outlier. Okay, why Mahalanobis distance you fail to detect outlier? Okay, the reason lies in the calculation of Mahalanobis distance itself. Okay, I know management people, business people, or most of researchers not in the statistical of math area, they will hate to see all this formula. But believe me, formula will make your life easier. You know why? Because you can detect why Mahalanobis distance failed to detect outlier because of this guy. Can you see M? What is M? M is the mean values of independent variables. So each mean for each variable will be calculated. And you must remember what happened to mean with outlier. They will give you a totally bizarre value. So there is no surprise that mahal non-obvious distance cannot detect the true outlier because of the calculation of mean values. Okay? Basically, you're going to get a shifted mass center. So you're going to get a totally bizarre value for your Mahalanobis distance as well. So is there a solution to this problem? Yes, there is a solution to this problem whereby you can detect outliers by using a more robust method. And in this case, this is called angle method. There is also another method called robust Mahalanobis distance, whereby instead of mean, they use a more robust center mass, a more robust calculation to replace arithmetic mean. So we can make a comparison here between Mahalanobis distance and a robust method, whereby you can see, okay, only one detected, but in this case, you know, the inliers are safe here. They are good people, and the bad people here are detected as outliers. Okay, you can calculate there are actually 14 outliers altogether in the Hawkins-Bradukas data. Okay, for stack loss, okay, as I mentioned earlier, this is a very difficult data, quite a difficult one. The outlying values like to hide. Okay, they play hide and seek in the data. So when Mahalanobis distance is applied, you know, you suspect, you know, these two good people as bad people. But now with a more robust measurement, okay, you can see that, you know, these four, or of course, this data, the 21st data, this guy is very difficult to detect, but these three are now highlighted. Okay, and in salinity data, okay, for Mahalanobis distance, everything is mixed up. The outliers are declared as inliers. Only one is detected as outliers, but with robust method, you can see that, you know, these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 data are now highlighted as outliers. Okay, as I have mentioned earlier, okay, outlier detection can be done with Mahalanobis distance, but it will provide, you know, a non-robust detection detection value. Or you can, you know, in this case, you can see that these are outliers, but Mahalanobis distance will detect everything except these and probably these two as outliers. Whereas you know that the number of outliers are more than just 3. Okay, and with robust Mahalanobis distance, you can see that the method actually consider only the majority good data, but not the bad data. So by using robust Mahalanobis distance, they can detect the true outliers here. Okay, so basically, I'm not sure whether any of you have heard about robust statistic, but if you Google it on Google Scholar, there are about 3,950,000 results for robust statistic. So basically, you know, they already provide the research in robust statistic is quite advanced, very advanced methods in regression especially, and in other methods as well. I remember that in 2010, there are only 5 researchers in Malaysia doing robust statistics. And of course, the number increased, but not that many. And in fact, some of the robust statistic researchers from universities in Malaysia, some of them already, already in their pension years, already taking their pension. And but the area should be of consideration to other researchers, because it provides a lot of benefits, especially when your data consists of outliers. And in real data sets, we have to remember that in real data sets, you cannot run away from outliers. You should expect at least 1% to 5% of outliers in your data set, okay, to present in your data set. And if you look at the search on Google Scholar for robust estimator, there are already 1,030,000 results. So I encourage all researchers to look into robust estimator, as it will give a lot of benefits to your study, especially when you do inferential statistics. And if you look at another search on robust outlier detection, there is a huge, humongous result here of 349,000. And as for myself, for my PhD, I actually propose another robust outlier detection, which is a combination of robust Mahalanobis distance and another test by a professor from Indonesia. Probably some of you may have heard his name. He is Prof. Maman Jauhari. Okay, so with that, I thank you. And if you have a question, I will be pleased to answer any of your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nazlina, for your presentation. It's very useful and valuable, and this is a very useful for skill of writing. Yeah. So I guess participants, if you have any questions for the speakers, you can raise your hand or just write your questions in the chat room. For a while, we don't have a question for you, Professor Nur. Maybe sometimes participant will be asked,
scared
yeah,
of the topics.
yes. But then they ask at the end of the seminar, and then they ask for some speech.
All right, no
like
problem.
that. So you have
Thank
to
you very much.
stay tuned. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Nazlina.
All right.
And please give a virtual applause.
All right. Thank you. That's very kind of you. All right.
So I will call for the next speakers. Madam Nur Salina binti Ismail from University Sultan Zainal Abidin.
Assalamualaikum, I'm here.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, everybody. I am Nur Salina binti Ismail, a colleague of Dr. Mazlina, who presented earlier, from the Center of English Language Studies, Faculty of Languages and Communication, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Terengganu. All right, so I'll be sharing with you. This is with regards to writing skill. Okay, so I will be what do you call that? I will be sharing with you writing skill in the view or on the hat of lecturer, supervisor, student myself, and also an editor. Okay, I
Excuse me, ma'am, your presentation hasn't come up yet.
Come again? Come again?
Not yet.
Oh wait, hold on. Give me some time. Yeah, hold on. Need to check this. I'll be sharing from. I'll be sharing, like I said earlier, from the view of as a lecturer, English language lecturer, as a supervisor, a student myself, and also an editor. Okay, it's about writing skills. Hold on, yeah. Can you give me a second because I couldn't. Something wrong with the line.
Okay.
Just give me a moment.
I cannot see you also.
Okay, wait. Is there something wrong with the line? I hope you can bear with me for a while.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Okay, so the topic that I'll be sharing is, what is wrong with this? I'll be sharing about writing skill, especially for report writing, thesis, and it also applicable for doing paper article as well. All right. Okay. How do I pronounce your name? Elo or Damayanti? Yanti. How do I pronounce your name?
Elo.
Okay, Elo.
You just can call me Elo.
Elo. Okay, can you give me a while because I need something wrong with the line.
Okay, you can
Give
wait.
me a while, yeah.
Yes.
Give me a while. Okay, while waiting, I hope you guys can hear my voice, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear my voice, right? Yes. Okay, so while waiting, when we talk about writing skill, I think all of us here we are familiar with how to write. Attending courses on writing skill, no doubt, because most of you here are supervisors, are lecturers, and even you have undergone your postgrads. And then I'm talking about me now as a supervisor, because I'm going to share, this is a narrative. Most of my postgrad students have problem with writing, and the shortcut way is they send it for proofreading. They send it for for a service. All right, and so like for myself, when the article or the thesis submitted to me, it gives me some sort of demotivation of looking at it, because I'm not saying not all, yeah. Some of my students, I know, because this is their first time doing their thesis. All right. Okay. I hope I have it.
So are you still have a problem with your PPT? Because we cannot see you because your
Yeah,
camera
something
is
is wrong
off.
with the line. So do you want to have another session at others first?
Uh,
It was okay earlier.
can you send the PPT or the presentation to the chat, and then we can help you.
Okay. I'll do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I send it to the chat. Okay. Okay, I'm doing it now. Wait,
While we wait, I will have an announcement for the participants. For the present, for the participant, for the certificate seminar will be shared on this link. Yeah, after the speaker, all the speakers already present.
Okay.
Nah, okay. We can see your screen now.
You can see my screen, but I'm looking for the slides. I'm looking for the slide.
Okay.
I'm looking for the slides. So this is the one. Okay, can you see this?
Okay, good.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see now. Yes.
You can see the slides now?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, I'll continue, okay? I'll continue, all right?
Yes, yes. Please continue. Yes.
Okay, so I'll be sharing about academic writing skill for research report. So I'm going to start with the feeling. How do you feel when you are to write an journal, or if you ask your students, okay, are you happy or are you stressful what to write? Okay, so this is normal questions. So for this session, I'll be sharing about what are the issues and challenges, the characteristic of a well-written thesis, which I believe majority of us here would have shared. What are the characteristics to your supervisees, yeah? And key issues in writing, what are the ethic? And the last one is a help for you. I'll be sharing with you some tips and tricks, okay, from the point of view of an editor, supervisor, and also students, okay, how to have at least some, a satisfaction on your own writing, okay? So I will be sharing some of the reports or feedbacks about the issues and challenges for undergrads, for postgrads, on thesis writing. So the one that I highlighted, okay, grammatical issues, cohesion and coherence. This is in Egypt by EFL learners or EFL students. Next is to achieve a critical thinking skills. I mean, they just write, but you don't see their thinking. What are they writing? Okay, you cannot see. Next is fluency and style. All right. Also, they cannot express the ideas. What makes them cannot express their ideas into their thesis? So again, the issues of grammar, discourse markers for constructing academic writing, appropriate and acceptable structure in English. So I believe if it's in thesis done in English, we have the same if it's done in other languages, in Bahasa Malaysia or Bahasa Indonesia, I guess. It's more or less the same. All right. So what are writing skills? I can be certain that all of you have undergone series of sessions, trainings, workshops on how to write effective theses, okay? But I just want to share a few that when you write, actually you are communicating. You are extending your thoughts to somebody else, okay? To your supervisors, to your external readers or internal readers of your research. So it's about you communicate your ideas. But how do you want to communicate? It has to be communicated effectively, not only for thesis, but also for publications. Next, when you are writing, it has to have a appropriate forms and level of communication. What do I mean by appropriate forms? I think it depends on the field of your study. Okay. Then you also communicate and you want to explain your research to diverse, to many layers, many levels of people, including the specialists, the experts in the field, and also to any layman, especially when you are doing your presentation or your publication. And this is what I do. When you do your writing skill, you also teach, you also supervise to not only for your postgrads but also for undergraduates. Okay, all right, so what are the characteristics of a well-written thesis? Okay, so it started off with a clear title and abstract, and I believe that the supervisor will help the postgrad on how to come up with a good title and also abstract. When we're talking about abstract, writing abstract also requires a certain skills. Yeah, but today I'll be talking about the whole writing, report writing or thesis. Okay. A good written thesis also need a good structure and format. When we talk about structure, it's like you are reading a story. It must have a flow. Okay, it must have a flow and it follows the format. And when we talk about format, generally it comes with chapters. Some have chapter until chapter 5, some 6, some 7. Okay, so that depends. All right. Okay. And then next is an intellectual coherence, which I'll be sharing with you later on. What does it mean by intellectual coherence? And then the most scariest part is the grammar part, where you need to be accurate in grammar, which I believe, because we are a non-native speaker, and I believe that we may find problem in grammar. Next, last one is consistency throughout your writing. All right. Okay, like I said, like I mentioned earlier, it presents not your own critical analysis. When I talk about critical analysis, how can you be critical in your writing? Which part that you want to be critical? Or you just copy pasting other people's ideas? In what way that you can be critical? Which I'll share with you in my slides, some of the examples. All right. And we'll also focus on your proposal for further development. Means if you're doing your master's, it would stop there. Or if you do your PhD, it won't stop there. It will further develop your career, extension of your study. Next, I'll be highlighting the key issues. Okay, like I have extracted from some of the studies that the challenge are grammar, coherence and cohesion, fluency, style, and vocabulary. Okay, these are a few, I would say a few. There will be more, but I'll only focus on this. All right. So having looked at the grammar, coherence, cohesion, fluency, style, vocabulary. So like these are the challenges for you. So what would be your strategies for this thesis writing or academic writing survival? Okay. Now, so next question would be, should your report thesis be perfect? How do you find perfect? Is the perfection relies on the proofreading part at the end of your journey where you submit it for proofreading for the service? Is it considered as perfect? Okay, I'll throw the question to you. Then I'll be talking about cohesion and coherence. Okay, so what does it mean by cohesion and coherence? So this is the key of any discourse, be it written discourse or spoken discourse. Okay, cohesion and coherence. These two are the keys, right? So what does it mean by cohesion and coherence? It means your thesis, whatever written text that you are doing, it has to be organized. To be organized, not only organized, but organized in a way it can produce a semantic meaning, logical meaning, effective meaning. Means organized in a way that any layman, when they read, they understand. Okay, so how to be coherent and how to be cohesive? It needs to have flow, meaningful flow, logical flow of the text. Okay, okay, but then it has to tie it up with grammatical and lexical cohesive devices. I guess all of you, most of you here, are familiar with how to go about doing tied up your thesis to be cohesively meaningful and logical. Next is to be cohesive, to be coherent, you need to use paragraph, ideally like 10 paragraph. Then you need to add the signposting. Adding signposting will give an indication, this person is writing something, because signposting means you are indicating something. All right, all right. Okay, so here I want to share with you, this is an example, some examples of hold on, this is from a problem statement. Okay, I hope you can see it together with me. So this is from a master's student. He's doing a cognitive listening comprehension. Okay, look at his problem statement. This is the first paragraph. Of the 4 language skills, listening, speaking, writing, and reading, listening is often overlooked, both in terms of importance and practice. Is this your say or is this somebody else's say? So something is missing there, right? But I can see his voice there. Nevertheless, listening is a process involving more than just hearing sounds and noises. So this is his say over here. This is his say. But earlier, he must have extracted somewhere. And then look at the use of nevertheless. So that is a discourse connectors, okay, the cohesive, all right, the cohesive part. It includes, it refers to the process. It includes identifying, understanding, interpreting spoken languages. He continue. Listening continues to be the most difficult skill for Thai students to achieve. All right. So he synthesized from many researchers from 2016 up until 2020. Now I'm throwing this question to you. Where is the critical analysis here? Can you see? Can you see? Okay, there's no critical analysis here. He just he just extracted the study from other researchers. But where is the critical analysis? Your critical thinking appears. It should be after these lists of researchers. Okay, all right. Now let's move on to another example. Okay, this is also from problem statement. Why I highlighted problem statement, because problem statement is the key to find the gap. To find a gap for you to you know, to start off, where should I go about doing my objective? Is from this gap. Okay, let's look at the next paragraph. Okay, in terms of paragraphing, it's okay, but there's no critical analysis. So in this section, the researcher firstly discusses how Thai undergraduate students at Southern Thai universities apply top-down listening strategy in listening comprehension. Top-down listening strategy is related to the use of main idea, guessing, practical knowledge, previous knowledge to understand a message. So it just stops there. So what this student is doing is just copy pasting. So there's no critical analysis. All right. Okay. Now let's move on to this one. This is the finding. Okay, I extract this one from the finding. So another area when you want to look at the critical analysis here is your say. Where does your say appear? Okay, so it is at the literature review. It is at the if it's chapter 1, it's at your problem statement where we the reader, we want to see where your critical analysis is. Okay, the second one is at the literature review, how you plot us the story so that we could see the area of study that you are looking into. And thirdly is at the discussion. Discussion is the key. This is the area where we want to see where your take in your study. Okay, so let's have a look together. All right. Okay, now the recent study showed that most EFL learners face difficulties in the listening course and scored the lowest marks in listening exams, such as TOEIC, IELTS, and TOEFL. Clear, right? This guy is very good. To me, I can say he's good because he synthesized most of the study and even the recent one. Okay. Not only that they face difficulty, they scored lowest. Look at the third one. And here he uses semicolon, which is very good, which I will share with you later on grammar part. So he uses semicolon. And they also could not understand what the teacher said in English language. Okay, very good start for discussion. Look at the discourse connectors used in connection to that. Nicely plotted, right? Maliwan found that first-year Thai undergraduate students achieve very low results in the listening part when they perform the test. Okay, you see he's still talking under the same flow, which is on the difficulty and the marks. Okay, and now he's being more specific by stating it specified that Thai undergraduate students could not understand the message they heard while they were performing the listening text. So this is the last line, states the critical analysis from your point of view based on the finding. Okay, look at how he starts. It specified that. So it refers to the studies that he has mentioned. All right. Now look at the style. Now I'm going to talking about the style that depends on the varieties of English. You know, the differences in writing between British and United States English, you know, are relatively small. Apart from minor spelling, vocabulary, punctuation differences, you know, written English is, I would say, essentially the same worldwide. It's more or less the same. So you better check when we talk about the style. It's either British or it's either a United States English. So this is this is done in English. The next style is that depends on the university. That part we've got to check with the graduate school from our relative university. Okay. All right. Now, when we talk about the style, I'm talking about the writing style. Okay. So you need to keep sentences at a reasonable length. What do I mean by reasonable length? I mean, do not write more than 3 lines, 3 to 4 lines. Okay, in one breath. So you must have chunk of sentences, not too short, not too long. So keep it to like simple sentences. You can also have compound sentences. Okay, writing must be clear and readable. Okay, you use the direct form rather than the impersonal form. Means you will not mention any pronoun there. So you see, it based on these data, it would seem that, or these data would indicate that. It's not I indicate that, I can see that, or you present the researcher there. All right. Okay, now another writing style that I'm talking about is the consistent use of tense. Here, me being an editor, I've been doing this for more than 10 years. I would say, yeah, the consistency it's a bit glaring. In the first chapter, they use present tense. In second chapter, use past tense, and sometimes past tense throughout, because they assume that they've done it. Okay, all right. So you need to be consistent in the tense that you use. You need to decide what tense to write: present, past. Okay, and be consistent. All right. I would say there's no rigid rule like chapter 1 you have to use present tense, chapter 2 you have to use past tense. Okay, all right. So if you use the past tense, you will need the past in the past. For instance, the device had malfunctioned before this work was started. Okay, be consistent. All right. Next, what are the things that you need to avoid? There are a lot, but these are some that I could get from some of my supervisees, and also the editing work that I do. All right, abbreviation, forms, any form of slang, or we call it colloquial. What does it mean by colloquial or jargon? Jargons like a term that is very difficult for us to understand. Or I say a colloquial, it's like the language, the spoken language that you use. All right. Jargon you can use, but you need to define it. All right. Okay. Incomplete comparison. So these data were better. Full stop. You can't do this because it's incomplete. You are comparing with what? Okay. All right. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is over the top superlatives. It's more or less same like the next one, which is tautology. You mean you want to repeat the meaning in a superfluously unnecessary words, like the result is absolutely essential. This is crucial. This is extremely crucial. You add the adverb there. Or you add a consensus of opinion, whereby you can only, you should be using a consensus. Consensus is already opinion, all right? Few in number. Yeah, few is something that countable, so it's quantifying. Just write few. So you need to avoid this. Okay. Okay, now I'm moving on to this ethic, which I am relating it with grammar on punctuation. Okay, so I did share with you some of the use of semicolon, colon, not colon, colon, comma, hyphen, apostrophe. Okay, some of us here, in fact, me once in a while, when do we use hyphen? Just now, like well written, there is a hyphen. When to use? Okay. Don't be afraid, don't be scared, don't be frantic. I will share with you the help later on that will reduce your anxious level. Okay. All right. Next, okay, this is the key of your thesis writing. You need to paraphrase, you need to rephrase, you need to summarize, you need to synthesize. You cannot copy paste. Okay. So how to do this? You need vocabulary. You need to have banks of the right vocabulary. So you don't have to worry, it's at your click. You see, you can use Grammarly to check your grammar, or you can use right hand click to check for synonym, okay, and structure of sentences. Okay, this one requires practices. So me being a supervisor, what I do with my student, my postgrad, is that they shared with me Google Doc. So this is at the very beginning of their journey doing their postgrad. They write it in Google Doc and then they share the link with me. And when they type, I can see. And when they are typing, I correct it then there. So that's how they learn. Okay. Okay, next is, this is a sample of how you do your paraphrase. Paraphrasing, quoting is exact, but what's the difference between the two, paraphrasing and summarizing? Paraphrasing, you still use, you still need to include the in-text citation, but summarizing, same, but it's more or less the same, paraphrasing and summarizing. Here you can use, if you are not familiar with the structure, what I teach them, because I understand they are non-native, so what I teach them is, I teach them to search for vocabulary, a thesaurus, and then I ask them to change the structure, means the subject and the object. Let me show you the example. This is a bit funny. Okay, this is from a movie, Chocolate Factory. Okay, look at the original text. Okay, look at the original text. Willy Wonka was famous for his delicious candy. Children and adults love to eat. So what I teach them is that you find the word famous and you change, known throughout the world. Delicious, it's tasty. Children and adults change it to people. Love to eat, change to enjoyed eating. Okay? Or you change it, the structure. For instance, you take the subject. People enjoyed eating the tasty candy Willy Wonka made, therefore he was well known throughout the world. So you change. It does not matter, okay? All right. Okay. Now, this is what I want to share with you. If you think that you are slightly demotivated, there is a software, I think you are familiar with, Ref and Write, reference and write, where you can paste your writing into that software, and then the system will help you how to rewrite. Okay, another one is a free phrase bank. Okay, you can take the what do you call that, the link here, and then the next one that I use, it's like a dictionary for me. I will show with you later on. So this one will help you a lot. All right. Last but not least, I guess this is my last slide. Don't worry, guys. Everyone can write. You are actually gifted because you have been given. You have been bestowed with a basic writing skill. It's just that you need to practice. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to show you. Hold on, yeah. Okay. This is the book that I'm using. It's quite thick. All right. It's titled is Phrase Book for Writing. Hold on. Phrase Book for writing papers and research in English. Okay, so this is a compilation. This is 4th edition already from these 2 PhD students, Stephen Ho and Christina Henriksen. This is lovely book because, okay, I'm not promoting because this is not my book, but I've been using it and I find it's, mashallah, very, very useful. Okay, so it has spelling, the base for spelling, for punctuation. Just now I showed you why people confuse with semicolon and colon and hyphen. So there are samples here. Okay, a little bit on grammar, but this is very, very minimal on grammar. Okay, this is interesting. There are phrases if you want to use, how do you call that? If you want to use for acknowledgement, you know, for preface, for your method, how you want to introduce your method, how you want to introduce your finding, how you want to disagree, how you want to agree with the previous study. This book is very good. Okay, and then so there are a lot of things, a grammar explanation, how to do about it. But this one, I'm not sure it's online, but the link that I shared with you earlier, it's from Manchester University and it is free. Okay, if I can share, I still have time, right? This one. Okay, can you see this? This is from Rev and Write. What I mean here is that you write some. Okay, this is from Academic Phrase Bank. The other one is, hold on. This is the one. This one is from Manchester, University of Manchester, Academic Phrase Bank. You see here how you want to introduce your work, how you want to refer to your sources. Oh, can't be reached. Something wrong with my internet. Okay, reporting result, discussing findings, writing conclusion, how you want to compare, contrast your finding, how you want to define the term, describing trends, and then the signaling transition. The one that I said about discourse markers, sorry. Okay, how you want to introduce to a new topic. Okay, so so I think with that, I think that's the end.
Okay. Yes. Your bandwidth is maybe low, Madam.
Okay, phrase book for writing papers. And I think that's all from me. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm so sorry for the technical problem earlier. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Nur Salina. It is very useful and valuable presentation. And thank you very much for the knowledge, for the writing skills. So I hope the participants already noted here for the title of the book, of the phrase book for writing papers and research in English. Yeah.
In English.
Okay. After this, we have a break for 1 hour, yeah, for Salat Zuhur and for lunch. Once again, thank you, Madam Nur Salina Ismail, for your time and for your presentations, and give a virtual applause for Madam Nur Salina Ismail. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a break for 1 hour. We will be back at 1:11. Thank you very much.
Wah, ke pantai butuh kamera nih.
Santai.
Klik kolek. Mixernya rusak.
Oke, kita kembali lagi ya. Pak Amrut sudah ready ya? Suaranya kecil, Pak.
Tes.
Ya, oke.
Sebentar. Kameranya.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, welcome back to International World Conference with theme International Research, Innovation and Publication Writing Skills. Saturday, August 15, 2020. So I hope you already enjoy your lunch and you have already done your prayer for Salat Zuhur. So here we are. Go back to the conference. Okay, after this, the keynote speaker will be held by Pak Amrun Rashid, STNM. He is a Mandalay advisory from Narasama University. So, Bapak Amrun Rashid, time is yours. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah. Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Terima kasih. Thank you for the opportunity. In this occasion, I will share the material from Mendeley Advisory Group. This is the material, Introduction to Mendeley. Because of several members of this Zoom meeting is student of Narotama University and Mercubuana University, so I will deliver the material in Indonesia. Some in Indonesia, some in English. Okay, thank you. This is the flyer. I will share to you again. Okay, actually I prepare two PowerPoint presentation. The first is for workshop, and for workshop, usually it takes time about 3 hours. So because this is not pure workshop, but I say it semi-workshop, so I will use the other PowerPoint presentation. Okay, this is my profile in Mendeley.com. If you open the Mendeley.com, then you find this picture. It's mean that's me. Okay. The first time we will try to understand how does Mendeley help us in manage our reference. Ini adalah gambaran bagaimana Mendeley bisa membantu kita dalam mengelola referensi kita, terutama untuk para mahasiswa yang bergabung dalam kesempatan ini. Kalau yang untuk para senior kemungkinan sudah sangat familiar dengan Mendeley, tapi untuk para mahasiswa saya akan sedikit memberikan gambaran bagaimana cara Mendeley dapat membantu kita dalam mengelola referensi kita. Oke? Karena ini namanya adalah online reference manager, ya. Ini basisnya adalah basis online sehingga semua referensi nanti akan dibuat dengan berbasis online. All of our reference have to make in online format. Oke. Kebanyakan yang digunakan adalah format PDF. This is the most common format in Mendeley adalah PDF, gitu kan ya. Kemudian kita juga bisa menggunakan format yang lain, ada format browser. Oke. Kita punya dua format. Ada format PDF, kemudian kita juga punya format dokumen-dokumen yang menggunakan browser. Dua format reference ini kemudian kita simpan dalam server atau kita katakan dalam cloud-nya Mendeley. Kemudian penyimpanan ini bisa kita akses melalui smartphone kita, melalui aplikasi desktop, ataupun melalui browser internet kita. Jadi kita ada 3 alat yang bisa mengakses ya. Kita bisa menggunakan smartphone, kita bisa menggunakan aplikasi desktop, ataupun kita bisa menggunakan browser internet kita. Oke, kemudian apa itu Mendeley? Mendeley adalah free academic software. Software ini free, tidak perlu bayar. Gitu ya. Kalau kita mau mendapatkan Mendeley, kita bisa mendownload secara gratis di internet pada browser kita. Semua orang bisa menggunakan Mendeley. pengguna baru mereka mendapatkan kapasitas 2 GB. Kalau Anda ingin mendapatkan kapasitas lebih, Anda bisa bergabung dengan Mendeley Advisory. Maka Anda akan mendapatkan kapasitas penyimpanan referensi Anda sampai 7,5 GB. 3 kalinya lebih. Maka saya pun mengajak pada rekan-rekan semua yang bergabung dalam workshop online kali ini supaya bisa bergabung dalam Mendeley Advisory Group. Oke. Cross platform, kita bisa menggunakan Windows, kita bisa menggunakan Mac, Linux, atau mobile. All major browser bisa mengakses Mendeley. Oke. Pertama, bagi para pengguna baru ya, saya harapkan semua sudah punya akun Mendeley. Tapi kalau belum punya akun Mendeley, saya akan sedikit sharing bagaimana cara kita membuat akun Mendeley. Kalau kita masuk dalam mendeley.com, ketika kita buka browser, maka persilahkan ketikkan mendeley.com. Maka kita akan masuk pada tampilan seperti ini. Ini tampilan yang akan muncul ketika kita mengetik mendeley.com. Maka sign up for free. Tinggal nanti kita ikuti tahapan-tahapannya ketika kita masuk dalam mendeley.com. Oke, ini adalah tampilan dari Mendeley Desktop. Saya kira ini sudah sangat familiar untuk kita semua, tampilan ini. So familiar for us. Oke. Kita juga punya tampilan browser, gitu kan ya. Nanti selain Mendeley diakses melalui aplikasi desktop, Mendeley juga bisa diakses melalui browser. Mana yang lebih bagus? Saya sering pakai keduanya, ya. Baik Mendeley desktop maupun Mendeley browser, karena dua-duanya punya kelebihan masing-masing. And document. Oke, bagaimana cara kita untuk men-setup library kita, gitu kan ya? Dalam Mendeley kita diberikan fasilitas 2 GB cloud penyimpanan file-file referensi kita. Maka kita bisa membuat perpustakaan secara online, gitu kan ya. Kenapa harus buat perpustakaan online? Karena memang sekarang zamannya online. Ya. Dengan perpustakaan online kita bisa mengakses perpustakaan kita di mana saja kita berada dengan syarat ada akses internet. Kalau kita pakai buku, mungkin kalau bahasa kerennya sudah jadul ya. Tapi tetap kita perlukan ya. Beberapa materi memang beberapa orang they prefer to read from book. Mereka lebih suka untuk membaca dari buku. Mungkin matanya tidak mudah lelah ya dari buku ya. Tapi karena memang sudah zamannya online, maka kita pun berusaha beradaptasi dengan membuat library kita secara online. This is personal library. Ini adalah library personal. Tiap-tiap orang bisa punya library sendiri, perpustakaan sendiri melalui mendeley.com. Ya, karena saya Mendeley Advisor, saya sedikit promosi ya tentang Mendeley ya. Jadi mengajak kepada semua peserta workshop supaya bergabung dalam mendeley.com. Apa keuntungannya? Banyak. Nanti kalau kita sudah bergabung akan banyak sekali keuntungan bisa kita dapatkan dengan mendeley.com. Mendeley ini juga sebuah jejaring sosial. Kalau Anda punya akun Facebook, Anda punya akun Twitter, Anda punya akun-akun yang lain, Anda bisa berkomunikasi dengan pengguna Facebook, Twitter, dan pengguna medsos yang lain. Kalau Anda bergabung dengan mendeley.com, maka Anda bisa menjalin komunikasi intensif dengan para peneliti, penulis lain dari seluruh dunia. Oke, ini ya sedikit beberapa promosi tentang mendeley.com. Karena teman-teman kita, gitu kan ya, member Mendeley ini rata-rata adalah penulis, peneliti, sehingga sebagai akademisi saya anggap semua yang bergabung dalam forum ini ada akademisi, pengajar, lecturer, profesor, ataupun student di university, sehingga kita pun perlu sebuah komunitas untuk meningkatkan kualitas akademisi kita, gitu kan ya. Kalau seorang dosen dengan Mendeley, dia bisa meningkatkan kemampuan dalam mengajarnya dengan memperbanyak literasi, memperbanyak referensi. Kalau dia seorang peneliti, dia pun bisa memperbanyak referensi dan dia bisa menjalin hubungan kolaborasi dengan peneliti-peneliti lain dari seluruh penjuru dunia yang tergabung dalam Mendeley. Kabar terakhir kalau tidak salah sudah ada sekitar 7 juta orang yang tergabung dalam mendeley.com. Mereka adalah pengguna Mendeley. Sehingga kita bisa berinteraksi dengan 7 juta penulis, 7 juta peneliti dari seluruh dunia. Oke, tahapan pertama dalam penggunaan Mendeley, adding dokumen to our library, ini ya. Ini kalau kita sudah punya tampilan Mendeley, kita bisa punya beberapa opsi, add file, add folder, dan kita pun bisa mengimpor reference kita dari beberapa reference manager lain selain dari Mendeley. Dan selain Mendeley juga banyak reference manager lain, ada Zotero, ada EndNote, ada RIS, dan BibTeX, ada beberapa ya. Kita pun bisa mengimpor reference dari sumber-sumber yang lain. Ini penambahan reference secara manual melalui fasilitas yang ada dalam Mendeley. Finding new research, dengan Mendeley kita juga bisa menemukan riset-riset terbaru, gitu kan ya. Beberapa kali workshop yang telah saya lakukan, ada 1 bulan ini intensif. Saya beserta dengan Universitas Narotama melakukan workshop dan diikuti dari beberapa akademisi, ada dari Sorong, dari Jakarta, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, dan tempat-tempat yang lain. Saya selalu memberikan saran untuk menggunakan Mendeley sebagai alat pertama dalam pencarian reference. Ini ya. Mendeley sebagai alat pertama dalam pencarian reference. Karena Mendeley dengan 7 juta pengguna, sekitar 7 juta pengguna, maka Mendeley merupakan sebuah perpustakaan digital yang sangat besar. Menyediakan informasi, jurnal, referensi yang sangat banyak, sehingga dengan Mendeley kita bisa mengakses informasi-informasi tersebut, penelitian-penelitian yang telah dilakukan oleh para peneliti terdahulu dan baru. Dan Mendeley ini bagi para peneliti juga bisa menjadi sebagai media promosi, gitu kan ya. Kita sudah melakukan sebuah penelitian dengan Mendeley, kita bisa mengupload hasil penelitian pada reference manager Mendeley kita, sehingga semua orang pengguna Mendeley bisa melihat hasil penelitian kita. Oke, Mendeley juga menyediakan fasilitas Mendeley Web Importer. Dengan fasilitas ini kita bisa mengimpor referensi dengan browser internet. Dengan Mendeley kita bisa mengimpor referensi dengan web browser kita. Oke, dan ini yang sering terlupakan, gitu kan ya, karena ada aplikasi desktop, kemudian juga terhubung dengan browser, sehingga ketika kita melakukan penambahan dokumen terkadang tidak terlihat secara langsung, gitu kan ya. Ketika kita menambahkan dokumen pada browser kita, pada aplikasi desktop kadang tidak bisa dilihat secara langsung. Ataupun ketika kita menambahkan dokumen melalui aplikasi desktop, kadang di browser pun tidak bisa terlihat secara langsung. Maka kita perlu melakukan sinkronisasi. Maka ini akan menghubungkan, merefresh, memperbarui data yang telah ditambahkan. Kita tambahkan data melalui desktop, kita sinkronisasi, tersimpan pada cloud, pada database yang ada pada Mendeley, kemudian kita bisa mengaksesnya melalui browser ataupun smartphone kita. Ya. Sinkronisasi ini kadang terlupakan. Saya sudah nambah reference tapi kok belum muncul. Oh, mungkin sinkronisasinya yang belum dilakukan. Oke. Organize managing your library. Ini ya. Dalam Mendeley, all dokumen. Ini tampilan dari Mendeley ya. Kita punya all dokumen. Kalau kita pengen melihat dokumen kita secara keseluruhan, kita bisa juga recently edit dokumen-dokumen yang baru kita tambahkan. Recently read yang baru dibaca, gitu kan, favorit, new review. Dan saya selalu menyarankan ketika kita memulai pekerjaan kita dengan Mendeley, ketika kita mulai membuat sebuah karya ilmiah baru, buatlah satu folder khusus, gitu kan ya, supaya tidak kebingungan. Kalau kita lihat dalam all dokumen, kalau kita kerjaan sudah banyak, nanti akan bingung. Ini file yang mana, ini file yang mana, ini ikut kerjaan saya yang mana. Tapi kalau kita membuat folder untuk setiap pekerjaan kita, maka akan menjadi lebih mudah. Saya mau melakukan penelitian tentang beton, oh saya bikin folder beton. Saya mau melakukan penelitian tentang jembatan, oh saya bikin folder jembatan, gitu kan ya. Ataupun yang lain-lain. Oke, create and use folder yang saya sampaikan sebelumnya. Pada bagian bawah ada create folder. Setiap kita memulai aktivitas baru, saya sarankan bukan aktivitas baru, tapi kita membuat karya tulis, karya ilmiah, paper, artikel yang baru, saya sarankan untuk selalu membuat folder yang baru. Search your dokumen, kita juga bisa ada fasilitas pencarian dokumen kita. Kita mungkin sudah menambahkan referensi yang cukup banyak pada Mendeley kita. Nah, kadang kita merasa kebingungan, ada fasilitas search your document, fasilitas untuk mencari dokumen kita yang sudah kita upload pada Mendeley. Ya. Tinggal ketikkan saja pada bagian search apa data yang ingin kita cari, maka nanti akan keluar hasil pencariannya. Oke. Checking for duplicate. Kadang-kadang double masukkan reference. Dalam masukkan reference, maka kita bisa cek for duplicate. Nanti sisakan saja satu reference supaya tidak memenuhi tempat ya. Ini ada 3 reference dengan judul yang sama, penulis yang sama. Maka bisa nanti cek for duplicate, ada enggak duplikasi atau file yang memang sama. Nanti yang tidak dibutuhkan bisa kita hapus dari library kita. Oke. PDF viewer, highlight and annotate document, kan ya. Oke, salah satu kelebihan dari Mendeley, kan ya. Ketika kita mengambil sebuah referensi, kita bisa memberikan highlight atau warna yang terang pada referensi kita. Misalkan kita mengambil pada alinea pertama, oh ini saya ambil sebagai referensi, saya bisa berikan highlight. Ini ada opsi highlight ya. Warna yang berbeda, kemudian kita bisa memberikan catatan. Kadang kalau kita referensi banyak, kita kalau mencari teori A, kita ambil dari mana, gitu kan ya. Kalau kita tidak punya highlight dan catatan pada file kita akan bingung harus buka satu-satu, dibaca satu-satu lagi. Tapi kalau kita bisa memberikan highlight, warna yang berbeda, kemudian kita juga bisa memberikan catatan, maka menjadi lebih mudah. Gitu kan ya. Seperti kalau kita buka buku, kadang kita berikan tanda ini ya, tanda pembatas ya. Oh, pada halaman 69 saya ambil kutipan ini, oh saya berikan pembatas, gitu ya. Dalam Mendeley kita juga ada fasilitas itu, kita berikan highlight dan kita berikan note atau catatan. Seperti ini ya. Oh, pada bagian ini saya ambil kemudian saya berikan note. Misalkan page berapa pada artikel kita, saya tergantung note-nya, suka-suka dalam memberikan note atau catatan. Oke, kita juga ada Mendeley Citation Plugin. Ini yang harus kita install ketika kita menggunakan Mendeley, gitu kan ya. Kita membuat paper tidak langsung pada Mendeley-nya, tapi kita membuat paper pada MS Word. Kebanyakan menggunakan ini ya. Kebanyakan pengguna laptop, komputer dia menggunakan Windows, kemudian dia menggunakan MS Word plugin, MS Word, sehingga kita perlu untuk melakukan instalasi MS Word plugin. MS plugin ini untuk mengkoneksikan antara program MS Word kita, program di mana kita membuat tulisan, artikel, paper, skripsi, tesis, ataupun disertasi kita. Kemudian nanti akan kita hubungkan dengan Mendeley kita sebagai library atau perpustakaan digital. Sehingga nanti ketika kita mengutip dari MS Word pun kita bisa kutip karena sudah terhubung antara MS Word kita dengan Mendeley. Ini caranya untuk mengenerate in text, Tyson, and Word gitu ya. Ini juga kita juga bisa menggabungkan kan ya. Citasi, dua citasi, ada citasi 1, ada citasi 2, kita bisa merging citation gitu ya. Bisa digabungkan dalam satu tanda kurung. Karena kalau format default dari Mendeley adalah satu citasi, satu kurung. Citasi yang lain bisa dengan satu kurung. Tapi kita juga bisa menggunakan aplikasi merging citasinya. Jadikan dua sumber dalam dua citasi dalam satu kurung. Oke. Dalam Mendeley kita juga ada fasilitas yang akan sangat membantu kita dalam membuat bibliografi atau daftar pustaka secara otomatis gitu kan. Maka kita tidak perlu bingung lagi. Mendeley menyediakan berbagai style atau gaya penulisan. Ada Harvard, ada Vancouver, ada MLA, ada APA, dan beberapa IEEE, beberapa format penulisan yang lain. Sehingga ketika kita mau memasukkan daftar pustaka atau bibliografi, tinggal klik insert bibliografi, nanti akan muncul bibliografi secara otomatis. Kita tidak perlu ketik satu persatu, gitu kan ya. Tapi dengan insert bibliografi, nanti bibliografi akan ditambahkan secara otomatis dalam kertas kerja kita, file MS Word kita. Dan kalaupun kita hendak mengubah style penulisan bibliografinya, ataupun style penulisan kutipan, maka kita tidak perlu untuk merubah satu per satu. Cukup nanti ada select style, stylenya adanya ya. Stylenya bisa dipilih, nanti bibliografi kita akan berubah dengan otomatis. Oke, ini ya style-style yang tersedia dalam Mendeley. Dengan ada beberapa style, American Medical Association, ada American Political Science Association, banyak fasilitasnya gitu kan ya. More style, ini juga ada more style, nanti bisa dicari style-style yang lain. Oke. Akan sangat membantu kita. Ataupun kalau kita adalah pengelola sebuah jurnal, ketika ada paper masuk, ketika stylenya belum sesuai dan paper yang masuk ditulis dengan Mendeley, maka akan sangat mudah untuk mengganti style tulisan. Tapi kalau dibuat dengan manual, maka setengah mati. Setengah mati mengganti satu persatu kutipannya, citasinya, dan mengganti satu persatu daftar pustaka atau bibliografinya. Akan sangat melelahkan, menyita waktu. Oke. Collaborate, join, and create group to share reference. Nah, ini karena memang namanya media sosial ya. Mendeley juga media sosial. Jadi media untuk kita berkomunikasi dengan para pengguna yang lain. Sebagaimana kita pengguna Facebook, kita juga bisa membuat grup-grup di Facebook. WhatsApp, kita bisa membuat grup-grup pada WhatsApp. Maka pada Mendeley juga ada fasilitas untuk membuat grup-grup pada Mendeley. Misalkan kita punya joint research, Indonesia, Malaysia, kemudian negara lain, Filipina, Singapura. Maka kita bisa membuat satu grup khusus joint research kita. Kemudian kita bisa berbagi reference dan juga memberikan masukan, highlight, notasi pada setiap reference. Ya. Mendeley Group kalau kita sudah punya akun Mendeley, maka kita bisa create new group. Kita bisa membuat grup yang baru. Akan sangat memudahkan. Kita bisa menambahkan dokumen cukup dragging and dropping. Drag and drop gitu ya, bisa ya. Private group. Ini grup ini adalah grup private sehingga orang-orang yang tidak tergabung dalam grup mereka tidak bisa melihat grup dan tidak bisa melihat aktivitas yang ada dalam grup. Private group collaborate with your research team. Kita bisa berkolaborasi dengan penulis catatan dari tim A. Oh, ini catatan dari tim B. Ini catatan dari tim C, gitu ya. Oh, ada masukan dari tim A terkait dengan dokumen kita atau jurnal yang mau paper yang mau kita sharing, jadikan jurnal gitu kan ya. Atau reference mana yang mau kita pakai, maka orang-orang tergabung di grup mereka bisa memberikan highlight, mereka juga bisa memberikan catatan pada file yang kita sharing. Dan file yang sharing ini PDF ya, supaya kita bisa memberikan catatan ya. Ini format menggunakan file PDF sehingga kita akan mudah untuk memberikan highlight dan memberikan catatan. Each group member is assigned a different color for highlighting. Ya. Setiap anggota grup mereka mempunyai warna tersendiri ya, beda. Anggota grup satu, anggota grup yang lain ketika mereka memberikan catatan akan berbeda. Jadi kalau ada 10 anggota grup maka akan ada 10 warna pada file PDF yang di-sharing untuk dianalisa bersama. Cross and join public group, ada public group, ada private group. Para pengguna Mendeley yang tergabung dalam online workshop kali ini, kalau belum tergabung dalam Mendeley Advisor, saya sarankan untuk bisa bergabung dalam grup Mendeley Advisory. Karena nanti akan sangat banyak masukan, pelajaran-pelajaran penting, materi-materi baru, fitur-fitur baru yang ada dalam Mendeley di-share dalam grup Advisory. Oke, kita juga dalam Mendeley, kita juga bisa membuat profil kita ya. Profil riset ataupun yang lain. Nih banyak fasilitasnya. Promote your work and interest to a global audience. Ini mungkin sangat penting ya untuk mempromosikan pekerjaan kita, paper-paper kita, jurnal kita, dan interest kita pada audiens yang bersifat global. Siapa tahu dengan media Mendeley ini kita bisa sharing, join dengan para penulis dan peneliti lain dari negara-negara yang lain, daerah-daerah yang lain. Share your work with other research. Oke. Showcase your publication, kita juga bisa memunculkan hasil publikasi kita sehingga nanti akan nampak muncul apa saja publikasi yang sudah kita lakukan. Discover new research, recommendation, and impact. Ini literature research ini yang termasuk yang saya sukai. Setelah saya kenal Mendeley, maka Mendeley menjadi tool pertama bagi saya untuk mencari reference atau materi-materi baru. Pada bagian atas ada literature research, maka kita bisa mengetikkan apa yang mau kita cari. Maka kalau yang kita cari itu sudah ada dalam Mendeley kita, maka kita akan temukan. Kadang satu tema bisa ratusan, ribuan, kan ya, ton, corrosion atau yang lain-lain. Kita ketikkan saja. Kalau sudah ada para penulis peneliti lain yang mereka upload dokumen ke mendeley.com, maka kita akan temukan. Dan dengan fasilitas Mendeley Literature Search ini kita juga mempermudah pencarian kita, gitu kan ya. Kita sudah membatasi pencarian kita hanya pada hasil penelitian, paper, jurnal, dan yang sejenis gitu ya. Sehingga penelitian tidak akan melebar kemana-mana. Seperti kita kalau mencari di Google, kalau tidak bisa mencari, maka pencarian akan sulit, gitu kan ya. Karena nanti semua akan muncul, gitu kan. Tapi dengan Mendeley, nanti hanya paper-paper, jurnal, artikel yang akan muncul. Buku-buku. If the full text is available, you will see a download icon, kan ya. Beberapa reference pada Mendeley, mereka menyertakan file PDF-nya, dengan ya. Tapi beberapa reference mereka hanya menulis judul, abstrak, poin-poin, isi poin-poin inti saja. Untuk reference yang sudah ditambahkan file PDF-nya, maka kita bisa download file PDF-nya. Kita juga bisa menambahkan file PDF itu pada personal library kita. Kalau yang ini tadi pencarian menggunakan Mendeley desktop, maka pada bagian berikut ini adalah pencarian menggunakan web browser. Kalau kita masuk pada mendeley.com, ini icon-icon, tombol-tombol yang ada pada bagian atas. Kalau kita mau melakukan pencarian, maka klik search. Maka nanti ketika kita klik, ada paper, people, group, ini yang akan bisa kita temukan ketika kita mengklik ini. Banyak fasilitasnya di Mendeley ya. Quickly add new research, kita juga bisa menambahkan penelitian-penelitian baru. If the article is freely available, it's a one-click addition to your library. Kalau memang artikel tersebut tersedia gratis, maka cukup dengan satu saja untuk menambahkan artikel pada library kita. Atau use open URL to get the full text. Atau kita bisa membuka alamat URL-nya untuk mengetahui full text-nya seperti apa. Misalkan ini ya, corrosion engineering. Kita mau menambahkan ke library kita, maka add to library, klik saja maka itu akan masuk pada library kita. Kalau kita punya banyak folder, jangan lupa untuk menempatkan pada folder yang sudah kita buat. Full text. Kita juga bisa mendapatkan full text pada jurnal. Kalau tersedia secara gratis, maka link ini akan membawa kita pada jurnal gratis tersebut. Kadang ini juga berbentuk PDF sehingga kita bisa mendownload secara langsung file PDF-nya. Related dokumen, gitu kan ya. Pencarian kita pada mendeley.com record terekam oleh sistem, sehingga sistem pun akan memberikan reference dokumen yang terkait. Related dokumen, gitu kan ya, akan memberikan rekomendasi dokumen-dokumen, artikel-artikel, paper yang terkait dengan apa yang sedang kita cari. Unique career opportunity. Mendeley pada bagian atas ini, kalau kita masuk Mendeley ada karir. Search ini ada 209.238 Science and Technology job on Mendeley career. Ya. Terutama karir-karirnya terkait dengan penelitian, penulisan, dan yang jenisnya ya. Tentunya karir-karirnya yang terkait dengan hal-hal tersebut. Oke, pada Mendeley kita juga bisa mengupload CV kita, karena ini adalah media sosial, ini adalah media untuk promosi, kita bisa mempromosikan diri kita, upload CV kita pada mendeley.com, mungkin ada orang-orang yang kemudian melihat CV kita, kemudian tertarik dan melakukan kerjasama. Mungkin begitu. Find a job, kita melalui Mendeley kita juga bisa menemukan beberapa pekerjaan, ini ya. Ini ya. Ini ada, ini dokumen agak lama, mungkin sekarang tentunya akan berubah ya. AV Application Engineer, London, England. Salarinya berkisar sekian. Hydrogen Recruitment. Ini job yang lain, ya. Jadi Mendeley ini selain sebagai manajer referensi kita juga bisa sebagai bursa kerja. Bisa kita katakan seperti itu ya. Bursa kerja, banyak jenis pekerjaan yang bisa kita dapatkan melalui mendeley.com. Discover your next funding opportunity. Ya. Pada bagian atas juga ada funding gitu kan ya. Looking for your next funding opportunity, set our index of. Nah, ada 20.253 kemungkinan funding. Ya, jadi ini beberapa fitur yang disediakan oleh Mendeley. Mungkin beberapa dari kita baru tahu kalau Mendeley ini hanya untuk sekedar citasi saja, membuat reference, kemudian membuat bibliografi secara otomatis, daftar pustaka secara otomatis. Tapi sebenarnya Mendeley ini juga menyediakan beberapa fitur yang sangat bermanfaat. Berarti ada karir, ada funding, ada job. Kita bisa temukan pada mendeley.com. Mendeley juga memberikan fasilitas bantuan, gitu kan, guide, help guide. Ketika kita masuk pada Mendeley, maka Mendeley menyiapkan beberapa fasilitas tambahan yang bisa kita akses, gitu kan ya. Para pengguna baru pun akan sangat terbantu. Kalaupun tidak ada tempat bertanya, masuk saja mendeley.com, nanti akan ada help guide. Kita bisa buka satu-satu, kita bisa ikuti instruksinya, maka kita akan dapat menemukan beberapa dokumen yang membantu kita terkait dengan cara penggunaan Mendeley ini. Oke, kalau ada pertanyaan lebih lanjut, nah ini ada community@mendeley.com. Maka saya menyarankan bagi para peserta workshop yang sudah punya akun Mendeley untuk semakin memperluas, memperlebar komunikasi kita, daya jelajah kita, maka bisa bergabung dalam community@mendeley.com. Oke, sementara untuk sesi sharing saya pada sesi pertama, kesempatan pertama. Sekian mungkin. Pas sekitar 45 menitan. Juga silakan kalau ada yang mau diskusi. Ada pertanyaan.
Thank you Pak Amrun. Ini ada pertanyaan di room chat ya, dari Bapak Imade Suparta.
Ya.
Bagaimana caranya jika ada jurnal yang bisa di-download, tetapi ketika dicitasi lewat Mendeley ternyata pengarang maupun judulnya berbeda?
Oke. Oke, kita langsung tes case saja ya. Kita akan tes case untuk menjawab pertanyaan dari Bapak Imade ini ya. Kita akan tes case langsung ke buka mendeley.com. Oke, ini Mendeley kita ya. Seperti yang saya sampaikan pertama tadi, ketika kita beraktivitas, memulai aktivitas penulisan baru, jangan lupa untuk membuat folder baru. Maka akan saya buat international workshop. Oke. Bapak Made tadi menanyakan kadang ketika kita membuat citasi, ternyata hasil citasinya berbeda, nama penulisnya berbeda gitu ya. Coba kita praktekkan. Kita akan mencari sebuah literatur. Misalkan corrosion. What is corrosion? Nah, ini ya, coba kita ini saja. Corrosion science. Kita akan coba masukkan dari reset kit ini ya. Kita ingat-ingat filenya 2014. Oke, kita buka main desktop kita add-kan file. Kita kemudian 2104. Oke. Ketika kita memasukkan sebuah referensi baru, jangan lupa untuk selalu ngecek atribut reference tersebut, gitu kan ya. Ya. Klik 2 kali saja, klik, maka akan tampil di bagian sebelah kanan. Kita cek satu-satu dari atas. Karena kalau kita menambahkan, kemudian kita tidak cek, kadang pada bagian ini atau ini akan mengalami perbedaan ya. Oke, tipenya adalah jurnal artikel, betul. Ini adalah termasuk artikel jurnal. Kemudian kita cek an overview of corrosion and experimental studies on corroded mild steel compression member. Oke, kita cek judulnya betul. Kemudian nama pengarangnya kita cek lagi satu-satu. Cynthia A, ini ya, ini judul pengarangnya ya. Kemudian Umesa, PK Umesa, Nages R Ayer ini ya. Oke, betul. Kemudian nama jurnalnya betul atau salah? KSCE Journal of Civil Engineering, betul. Tahunnya betul, volumenya 18, betul, isunya 6, betul, halamannya 1735 1744. Kebetulan untuk referensi ini penulisannya bagus ya. Kadang kita menambahkan sebuah referensi ternyata atributnya tidak sama dengan isinya gitu kan. Coba kita coba cari lagi, siapa tahu kita menemukan contoh kasus. Kita ini, what is corrosion? Kita coba download. So, oke, kita tambahkan pada library kita. Add file. Kemudian ini tadi ya. What is corrosion ini masuk kategori artikel merah, British Corrosion Journal. British Corrosion Journal. Coba kita cek. Nah, ini enggak pas ya. Ya, ini ya. Kita lihat studi kasus. Di sini oke. What is corrosion? Tipenya jurnal artikel, betul. Judulnya What is Corrosion? Betul. Autornya Barbara A. Shaw dan Robert J. Kelly. Ternyata autornya pun salah. Mungkin dalam kasus Pak Made tadi ya. Kasusnya seperti ini. Kita tambahkan sebuah file dalam main dari library kita, tapi ternyata atributnya yang tidak betul. Maka kita pun perlu ngecek satu-satu dan kita sesuaikan atributnya. Ya. Tapi sebelumnya kita coba ini saja. Kita coba untuk melakukan citasinya. Ya. Kita langsung praktek, supaya praktis. Nanti sebelum dirubah atributnya dengan setelah dirubah atributnya apakah ada perbedaan ataukah tidak. Kan kita okay, corrosion is the degradation of material property to interaction with the environment and ini. Coba kita ambil atas ini ya. Oke, kita ambil bagian atas untuk menunjukkan kasus pada Bapak Madi tadi. Untuk menambahkan tadi klik sinkronisasi ya. Jangan lupa selalu mengklik sinkronisasi. Oke, kita ambil reference. Ketika kita sudah menginstal Mendeley, kita akan banyak menekan tombol reference. Pada bagian atas ini ada banyak tombol reference. Nah, kita nanti akan banyak menekan tombol reference. Oke, insert citation. Oke, go to Mendeley. What is corrosion? Kemudian cite Gilbert 1978. Kita coba cek dokumennya. Apakah betul 1978? Gilbert. Nah, ini ya. Ternyata ada sedikit kesalahan. Ini adalah 2006 dan pengarangnya adalah Shaw and Kelly, tapi ternyata di sini ditulis dengan Gilbert. Oke, kita coba tambahkan daftar pustakanya ya dengan file yang lama. Kita akan tunjukkan bagaimana hasil penambahan daftar pustaka file lama dengan file baru yang akan kita tambahkan. Oke, Gilbert PT 1978 What is Corrosion? British Corrosion Journal. Ini ya. Ini yang menggunakan atribut yang lama. Coba kita akan buka file MS Word baru. Kita akan gunakan atribut yang baru karena memang atributnya ternyata tidak sesuai ya. Tipe sudah betul, what is corrosion betul, tapi penulisnya salah. Kita tinggal copy paste saja dari file PDF-nya. Copy kemudian paste pada bagian author. Oke. Robert Kelly. Kita copy paste pada bagian author. Di bawahnya ya, ada dua pengarang, maka tinggal di enter saja untuk pengarang yang kedua di bawahnya. Jangan ditulis menyamping, nanti dideteksi sebagai satu pengarang saja. Jurnalnya British Corrosion Journal. Betulkah jurnal ini British Corrosion Journal? Oh, ternyata The Electrochemical Science Society Interface. Ini ya. Nah, ternyata penulisan nama jurnalnya pun salah. Kita ganti. Oh ya, nanti. Oke. Ini ya, kemudian tahunnya. 2006. 2006 kebetulan nih volumenya ya ada ya. Volumenya apakah ada volume? Volume tidak ada, tidak usah diisi. Harusnya idealnya setiap jurnal ada volumenya ya. Page-nya dari 24 sampai 26. 24 sampai 26. Oke. Ini mungkin jurnal ya. Coba. Majalah mungkin, magazine ya. Nah, kita masukkan ini saja ya. Ini kelihatannya bukan jurnal ini. Tapi ini adalah sebuah majalah ya. Majalah, oke. Memang dia tidak perlu ini. Tidak perlu volume dan isunya. Kita lihat University of Virginia. Oke. Sekarang bagaimana kalau kita mengambil dengan referensi yang baru? Nanti memang akan berbeda. Ketika kita sudah mengedit atribut pada reference, maka nanti pun akan dihasilkan hasil yang baru. Jangan lupa untuk selalu melakukan sinkronisasi. Oke. Kemudian kita coba nih untuk memasukkan reference yang baru kita edit. Oke. Dan ternyata memang berbeda ya. Hasilnya pun berbeda. Ya. Hasilnya berbeda ketika kita mentah-mentah memasukkan sebuah reference ke dalam Mendeley library kita dengan ketika kita memasukkan reference kemudian kita cek atribut yang ada pada Mendeley. Oke. Terkait sama browser tadi ya, dari browser ya. Oke, dari browser kita bisa masukkan dari web importer ya. Kita bisa masukkan dari web importer. Kita akan coba memasuk.
Kalau ini, kalau sumbernya dari website.
Oh, sebenarnya dari website ya. Sumber dari website ya. Sebentar. Sumber dari website juga bisa. Cuma saya menyarankan jangan dari website lah. Kurang kredibel. Tapi tidak apa-apa. Kalau memang mau maksa sumber dari website, tidak apa-apa. Kita misalkan kata data. Ini yang sering ya. Kata data ini banyak. Data-data terbaru ya. Mungkin tertarik untuk memasukkan referensi dari kata data ini ya. Oke. Misalkan kita mau mencari data apa? Traveloka, selesaikan 90% permintaan refund. Ini asal saja sementara ya. Oke. Dari ini kita bisa menambahkan pada Mendeley library kita dengan ini. Maka perlu kita untuk menginstal web importer. Pada bagian awal tadi sudah saya sampaikan. Ketika kita menginstal Mendeley, kita juga harus install MS plugin dan install web importer. Untuk apa? Nah, kalau untuk web importer kita bisa mendapatkan ini, tombol ini pada web browser kita bisa menambahkan referensi dari web browser secara langsung pada Mendeley library kita. Oke. Oke, kita tambahkan, tapi sebelum ditambahkan, tadi kita sudah membuat browser ya, membuat folder. Nah, maka kita harus menambahkan pada folder kita, jangan langsung ditambahkan gitu saja pada library, tapi tambahkan pada browser sehingga kita tidak kebingungan dalam melakukan pencarian referensi. Add. Oke, kita cek pada Mendeley library kita. Oh, belum muncul. Maka tadi saya sampaikan perlu kita sinkronisasi. Sync. Ini 2, apakah bertambah? Referensi kita. Oke, referensi kita bertambah. Ini tadi masuk kategori apa? Web page. Web page ya. Autornya siapa? Memang kadang-kadang kalau dari internet autornya tidak muncul. Ini ada. Nah, kita perlu melengkapi satu per satu datanya. Fahmi Ahmad Burhan. Langsung saya copy paste di sini. Fahmi Ahmad Burhan. Fahmi Ahmad Burhan. Oke, Fahmi Ahmad Burhan. Publication, ini ada kata data. Langsung kata data saja ya. Kata. Ini kata data. Oke. Year-nya 2020 sudah. Page-nya ini tidak ada page-nya, karena filenya ini ya, nggak usah dikasih page-nya. Ini banyak ya. Data-datanya bagus. Kata data kadang-kadang saya juga mengambil data dari kata data. Nanti untuk background latar belakang studi mungkin cocok lah yang bagian-bagian data-data internet semacam ini. Untuk bagian literatur sama bagian belakang mungkin menurut saya kurang pas. Tapi kalau untuk bagian depan, ya background studinya bagus. Oke, coba kita citasi saja. Nah, cek ya. Data datanya, oke. Platform layanan. Nah, oke, saja ya. Ini mungkin cocoknya dampak COVID gitu ya. Dampak COVID. Oke, ini satu paragraf saya ambil. Ini hanya untuk contoh. Kalau nanti betul-betul mengambil paragrafnya, jangan diambil secara mentah-mentah, tapi perlu di parafrase ya, seperti yang disampaikan oleh narasumber sebelumnya tadi. Bagaimana kita perlu untuk melakukan parafrase supaya tidak terdeteksi sebagai plagiarisme ya. Oke, go to Mendeley. Ini site Burhan 2020. Nah, ketika kita memasukkan, maka otomatis referensi tersebut sudah masuk dalam Mendeley library kita. Yang perlu saya sampaikan tadi ya, ketika kita masukkan reference pada Mendeley library, kita juga perlu untuk mengecek satu persatu file tersebut atributnya sudah betul atau belum. Salah memasukkan atribut, maka nanti akan salah dalam membuat referensi. Contohnya tadi ya. Referensi pertama kita, Gilbert tadi, ternyata keluarnya ini. Harusnya yang betul adalah yang ini gitu kan. So, BA ini ya, Kelly, RG ini ya. Harusnya yang betul yang pakai ini. Yang ini salah ya. Kita perlu untuk melakukan koreksi pengecekan pada atribut. Oh ya, sekalian saya akan praktek bagaimana kelebihan Mendeley dalam menambahkan library kita. Ya, tadi saya sudah menyampaikan beberapa kelebihannya. Sekarang kita praktek ya. Mendeley. .com. Kalau kita sudah punya akun, kita akan masuk ke akun Mendeley kita. Jadi kita akan masuk ke akun Mendeley kita. Ini tadi yang bagian atas ya. Ini yang tombol search ini akan sangat banyak membantu para penulis, para peneliti dalam melakukan pencarian referensi. Ya, oke, kita coba cari. Jadi di sini kita tadi itu tentang apa yang kita cari? Corrosion. Oke, kita coba cari di Mendeley saja. Corrosion apakah banyak? Corrosion. Paper, kita cari paper tentang corrosion pada mendeley.com. Apakah banyak tersedia? Coba kita lihat page satunya menampilkan 10 jurnal, rata-rata jurnal ini ya. Page 1 menampilkan 10 jurnal dan ada 200 page yang bisa kita buka. Berarti Mendeley telah mengumpulkan sekitar 10 kali 200, 2000 jurnal terkait corrosion. Dan ini jurnal baru nih. 2020, 2019, 2020, 2017, 2019. Topik-topik baru. Bagaimana kalau kita tertarik untuk topik review of corrosion for copper and its corrosion inhibitor, ini kok kelihatannya cocok dengan penelitian saya. Oh, maka tinggal add to live. Jangan lupa klik lagi view library. View library. Kemudian, nah ini deh. Kita tambahkan add to, jangan lupa ya. Add to nanti. Jangan lupa kita tambahkan add to folder kita. Add to folder international workshop. Oke, add to. Kalau kita ingin menambahkan file PDF-nya, view PDF-nya. Nah, ini send direct dan bisa di-download ya. Download saja filenya. Download this article. Namanya apa ini? Oke. Namanya ini ya, rekomendasi ya. Setiap kita mencari pencarian paper jurnal, maka Mendeley juga akan memberikan referensi artikel-artikel terkait. Ini ya tadi ya, ini ya yang barusan saya download ya. Oke, di bagian sini saya sudah menambahkan tadi should result atau dokumen di sini ya. Saya sudah tambahkan ini tadi ke international workshop ya. Sudah. Tinggal saya akan menambahkan file PDF-nya. Kenapa perlu menambahkan file PDF? Nah, ini ya. Kenapa perlu menambahkan file PDF? Karena kadang kita juga ingin melihat file aslinya seperti apa. Tambahkan saja file PDF-nya tadi ini yang saya download. Oke. Review of corrosive environment. Review of corrosive environment. Sambil menunggu memasukkan di file kita. Review of corrosive environment. Apakah sudah masuk pada Mendeley? Kita, oh ternyata belum. Ternyata belum, maka langkah yang berikutnya adalah sinkronisasi. Kita sinkronisasikan. Oke. Sudah masuk, kita cek lagi ya. Tetap kita cek, walaupun itu ada dalam Mendeley Library, tapi tetap kita cek ya. Tipenya generik. Padahal ini jurnal artikel. Oke, kita ganti dengan jurnal artikel. Bentar. Ini kayaknya. Oke. Sinkronisasi masih jalan. Nah, sambil menyelesaikan upload filenya. Ini sudah terupload. Nah, kalau ada tanda merah ini berarti ada file PDF-nya. Kalau tidak ada tanda merah berarti tidak ada file PDF-nya. Kalau tanda merah berarti ada file PDF-nya. Nah, ini masih sinkronisasi masih jalan ya. Karena di sini tadi juga baru selesai untuk upload filenya. Oke. Oke, kita tunggu sambil jalan. Sambil kita cari referensi yang lain karena masih jalan ya. Misalkan kita mau tambahkan lagi referensi yang kedua. Corrosion of metallic biomaterial review. Misalkan, oh ini juga cocok ini. Saya tambahkan ke library kita. Jangan lupa view library-nya. Kemudian setelah view library-nya, kemudian ada kotak checklist. Klik saja, kemudian add to. Add to. International Workshop. Add to. Jangan lupa tadi filenya di-download ya. Download. Tadi ya. View PDF, kemudian kita material. Sambil kita menunggu. Yang ini tadi apakah sudah selesai kita tambahkan? Nah, kita sudah menambahkan satu. Ini ya. Oke, ini yang review of corrosive environment. Nah, file PDF-nya sudah kita berhasil tambahkan. Kita cek satu persatu atributnya apakah sudah betul. Arabian Journal of Chemistry, ini jurnal ya. Tipe jurnal artikel, judulnya Review of Corrosive Environment for Copper and its corrosion inhibitor. Oke, judulnya betul. Pengarangnya, coba kita cek pengarangnya. Fatih A, betul. Ini Mendeley dia langsung ngeset penulisan sesuai dengan standar yang berlaku ya. Jadi nama belakang di depan, nama depan di belakang. Oke. Terus penulis kedua Alif, namanya agak susah menyebutnya. Kita cek saja. Betul. Nama ketiga juga betul. Oke, sudah betul. Arabian Journal of Chemistry betul. Tahunnya 2020 betul. Volume 13. Isunya di sini tulis isu 1, betulkah? Coba biar tulis isu 1. Kemudian halamannya dia mulai dari 481 544. 481 tulis ya, halamannya tadi tidak ada. 544. Kadang atribut-atribut ini tidak lengkap ataupun kadang salah, sehingga yang perlu diingat setiap kita menambahkan reference ke dalam Mendeley Library, kita juga perlu untuk melakukan pengecekan atribut dari reference tersebut. Oke. Oke, sudah kita tambahkan, betulkah? Mudah-mudahan sudah betul. Oke, kita kutip. Nah, karena kita mau kutip ya. Kutip ya, tinggal kutip. Kemudian tahap-tahapannya seperti tahapan yang sebelumnya tadi ya. Oke, tadi kita juga sudah menambahkan satu lagi. All dokumen tadi ya, corrosion metallic biomaterial. Ini add to, tadi sudah kita add to international workshop. Oke. Tadi kita sudah view dokumen belum? Kita mau tambahkan file PDF-nya. Maka view PDF-nya jangan lupa material. Oh, sudah. Tinggal kita tambahkan di filenya. Kita juga punya file PDF-nya. Material. Oke, sedang melakukan penambahan reference. Kita tunggu sampai penambahannya selesai, nanti kita baru sinkronisasikan. Oke, penambahan selesai. File kita sinkronisasikan. Ini masih ada 1, 2, 3, 4. Ada 4 reference, sinkronisasi, sync. Oke, sudah bertambah. Ini PDF-nya juga sedang mendeteksi file PDF-nya. Tadi kita sudah cek ini sudah betul ya. Nah, sudah betul. Sudah betul. Sambil kita tunggu jalan. Saya coba cek lagi, mungkin siapa tahu ada. Untuk file presentasi nanti akan saya share di kolom chat ya. Supaya lebih enak saya bikin PDF saja. Enak bukannya. Kadang kalau tidak support, nanti kalau PPT kadang dibuka enggak terbuka. Kita coba cek. Oh, sudah. Corrosion of metallic biometric review. PDF-nya sudah ada. Kita usahakan setiap kita menambahkan file reference, usahakan juga kita menambahkan PDF-nya sehingga kita bisa mengecek, gitu kan ya. Seperti tadi kita memberikan notasi ya. Kita memberikan tadi yang kita ambil pertama ini ya. Oh, ini ya. Jadi yang kita ambil reference pertama kita, what is corrosion? Ini ya. What is corrosion? Nah, ini tadi yang kita ambil ya. Oke, kalau kita mengambil sebuah reference, kita berikan highlight Kemudian kalau kita berikan catatan, note saja, klik note. Nah, note. Oke, coba kita tambahkan. Namanya juga muncul ya. Jadi nanti siapa pemberi catatan, siapa pemberi notasi juga akan muncul. Sehingga ketika kita sharing sebuah file untuk grup penelitian, nanti juga akan muncul siapa yang memberikan catatannya. Masuk ada bagian latar belakang. Oke. Misalkan ini ya. Oke, kita tutup. Kemudian suatu waktu kita pengen buka. Ini kok ada di referensi saya. Coba saya cek dulu, saya ambil bagian mana. Oh ini. Oh ini yang saya ambil, saya cek catatannya. Oh ini masuk pada bagian latar belakang. Sehingga seperti kita memberikan tanda pada referensi hard copy buku, maka pada referensi digital pun kita bisa memberikan tanda berupa highlight dan notasi. Mungkin itu ya jawaban untuk pertanyaan dari Bapak Imade tadi. Mungkin ada
Tadi ada pertanyaan juga, bagaimana kalau website? Tapi sudah dijawab sekalian tadi Pak ya?
ya sudah saya jawab sekalian.
Ya, sudah sekalian. Oke.
Mungkin ada pertanyaan yang lain?
Oke, ini lagi saya cek.
Ini.
Tidak ada pertanyaan lagi, Pak Amron?
Ya.
Sudah tidak ada pertanyaan
Coba
lagi. Ya. Mungkin ada tambahan dari Pak Amron? Untuk,
bentar saya tambah. Saya share dulu materi. Saya share dulu materi yang saya berikan tadi ke ini ya. Nah, saya tambahkan. Yang merasa perlu dan membutuhkan materi yang barusan saya sampaikan bisa dilihat di kolom chat. Saya sedang tambahkan file PPT yang tadi saya sampaikan.
Oke, sambil menunggu untuk link
Materi yang sudah saya tambahkan mungkin bisa di ini.
Nah, ini ada pertanyaan baru Pak dari Bapak Candiwan. Ini mohon dijelaskan menu import web. Apa itu Pak ya?
Menu web importer tadi ya. Menu web importer, oke, akan saya coba jelaskan bagaimana kita menggunakan menu web importer. Saya akan coba sharing screen saya. Saya akan misalkan kita menambahkan, kita mencari ini ya, web importer. Web importer itu kan untuk mengimpor reference dari web, gitu kan ya. Masih tentang corrosion tadi ya, corrosion jurnal, file type PDF. Ya. Oke, ketika kita coba ini contoh. Nah, ini ya. Kita punya riset artikel, jurnal. Kita akan mempraktekkan bagaimana kita menggunakan web importer untuk menambah reference kita. Sambil menunggu downloadnya selesai. Tadi kita sudah jelaskan bagaimana menambahkan file dengan secara manual add file ya. Ini kita tadi sudah jelaskan bagaimana cara kita add file, kemudian file yang mau kita tambahkan apa, tadi kita sudah praktekkan ya. Add file. Kemudian sekarang kita ingin menambahkan file dengan menggunakan web importer. Tahapan yang sebelumnya tentu perlu sudah kita lakukan ya. Kita sudah install web importer pada aplikasi Mandiri kita. Ini ada tool, ada install web importer ya. Ini harus dua ini nanti harus sudah jalan ya. install MS plugin sama install web importer. Sehingga nanti pada browser kita akan muncul tanda, ini tanda logo Mendeley, logo khas dari Mendeley. Kalau kita memang sudah install web importer, ini nanti akan muncul pada menu browser kita. Pada bagian kanan atas. Tinggal kita klik saja. Oke, ini cara kerja web importer. Tunggu sebentar. Nah, kita mau masukkan pada file mana gitu kan ya. Oke, kita mau masukkan pada folder, bukan file, folder international workshop. Nah, supaya tidak. Ini foldernya akan banyak. Kalau nanti kita tidak pilih, hanya di My Library saja, nanti akan kebingungan dalam melakukan pencarian. Oke, setelah kita pilih international workshop, kita tinggal add saja. Add. Nah, kita ini masih muter, masih melakukan penambahan file ini pada library kita. Sambil kita tunggu prosesnya selesai. Oke, proses sudah selesai. Ini experimental investigation on corrosion effect. Di sini kita cek. Nah, langkah yang berikutnya perlu kita lakukan adalah sinkronisasikan. Oke, kita sinkronisasi. Nah, sudah masuk ya. Review of corrosive environment. Sebentar. Tadi experimental investigation. Lah, ini. Sudah masuk ya, experimental investigation. Seperti tahapan yang lain juga perlu kita cek atributnya. Tipenya apa? Tipe, kita klik 2 kali biar muncul di tab sebelah kanannya ya. Tipenya jurnal artikel, betul, riset artikel. Judulnya experimental investigation sampai metal pipes, betul. Pengarangnya, coba kita cek. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pengarang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pengarang. Pengarangnya sudah betul. Nama jurnalnya ternyata belum masuk ya. Nama jurnalnya International Journal of Corrosion. Tidak bisa di International Journal of Corrosion. Tidak bisa di-copy, diketik saja. International Journal of Corrosion. Oke. Tahun terbitnya 2016, betul? Tahun terbit 2016. Ini ternyata sudah kita masukkan volumenya. Volume, adakah volumenya? Volumenya, coba kita cek volumenya. Kalau kita cari jurnal, memang harus jurnal-jurnal yang informasinya lengkap ya. Berarti jurnal itu kredibel ya. Ini kelihatannya materinya bagus, tapi penulisannya kurang lengkap. Hindawi International Journal of Corrosion volumenya tidak ada, year-nya saja yang ada. Oke, tapi tidak apa. Ini hanya untuk praktek bagaimana cara kita memasukkan pada dari web importer ke library kita. Ini mulai halaman 1 sampai halaman kita lengkapi datanya, atributnya sesuai dengan informasi yang tersedia pada jurnalnya. Saya sarankan ketika mencari jurnal, cari jurnal yang punya informasi lengkap. Nama pengarang ada, judulnya ada, nama jurnalnya ada, tahunnya ada, volume ada, isu ada, page-nya ada gitu ya. Yang lengkap. Itu yang bagus ya, jurnal yang bagus yang informasinya lengkap. Sampai 13. Ya. Kurang lebih itu untuk penambahan web importernya ya. Penambahan web importer. Coba kita mengutip saja. Nanti memang informasi pada daftar pustakanya kurang lengkap ketika informasi pada jurnal sendiri tidak lengkap. corrosion has been found to be the most predominant cause for failure. Nah, ini saja kita ambil aja. Oke. Kita ambil sebagai referensi. Kita bikin citasinya. Experimental investigation ini ya. Kita investasi Mendeley site. Oke. How et al 2016 dan ini daftar pustaka juga muncul secara otomatis. Ya. Biasanya kalau jurnal di sini ada volume. Ya. Nama jurnal, volumenya berapa, isu berapa, baru page-nya berapa. Itu jurnal yang penulisannya bagus dan lengkap. Mungkin itu untuk penggunaan web importer. Sementara jawaban dari saya begitu. Mungkin ada yang masih ditanyakan atau mungkin belum puas dengan jawaban dari saya. Monggo silakan.
Ini ada pertanyaan lagi, Pak.
Ya.
Apa beda Mendeley dan direct science untuk cari referensi?
Direct science itu sebentar saya coba ketik direct science ya. Direct science. Science direct ya. Direct science. Nah, coba saya share screen. Ini ya. Science direct ini dia memang satu jurnal gitu kan ya. Sebentar. Oh. Coba kita ya, atur ya. Science direct ini juga sebuah ini ya. Bentar saya coba cek apakah Science direct ini juga grupnya Elsevier. Ya. Saya lupa apakah Science direct ini juga masuk grupnya Elsevier. Kalau tidak salah Science direct ini juga masuk grupnya Elsevier ya. Elsevier. Ya, kalau Science direct ini dia situs juga situs pencarian jurnal gitu kan ya. Science direct ini juga merupakan sebuah situs pencarian jurnal, tapi setahu saya dia bukan manajer referensi gitu kan ya. Jadi kalau kita cari jurnal lewat Science direct bisa, kemudian jurnal itu kita download, kita koleksi gitu kan ya. Tapi itu bukan sebuah manajer referensi gitu kan ya. Tapi kalau mendeley.com ini dia fungsi utama adalah manajer referensi gitu kan ya. Tapi dia juga bisa digunakan sebagai alat untuk mencari literatur gitu kan ya. Kenapa? Karena dengan sekitar 7 juta pengguna Mendeley, ketika satu orang sudah saya gitu kan ya sudah upload mungkin 50 reference ke dalam Mendeley, maka bisa dikalikan saja 7 kali 50 reference, maka sudah sekitar berapa itu? 350 juta reference yang tersedia gitu kan ya. Sehingga akan memudahkan, sama-sama memudahkan dalam pencarian reference. Tapi kalau Science direct ini dia fokusnya pada manajer ini ya, sebenarnya ini ya, fungsi utama ini ya. Mendeley Reference Manager simplify. Ini ininya Mendeley ya, slogannya Mendeley. Mendeley sebagai sebuah reference manager menyederhanakan kerja kita sehingga kita bisa fokus pada pencapaian tujuan kita ya. Masalah pengutipan, masalah daftar pustaka, masalah lain-lain biar diurusi Mendeley sehingga kita fokus pada tulisan kita sendiri, bukan fokus pada pernak-perniknya ini. Mungkin begitu sementara jawaban saya.
Ya, oke, Pak. Ini pertanyaan terakhir.
Ini kelihatannya
Ini suaranya putus-putus, Pak.
suaranya putus-putus ya, iya.
Iya.
Putus-putus.
Ini pertanyaan terakhir di chat, Pak Amrun. Mendeley, apakah pustaka jurnal Scopus lebih banyak? Suaranya menghilang, Pak Amrun.
Oh, hilang ya, sebentar. Kembali?
Ya, sudah kembali.
Sudah ya?
Ya. Oke. Pertanyaan terakhir ini, Pak. Mendeley, apakah pustaka jurnal Scopus lebih banyak? Maksudnya memuat lebih banyak gitu ya di Mendeley-nya.
Mendeley itu yang punya Elsevier. Elsevier itu yang punya Scopus juga, ya. Mendeley itu kepunyaan Elsevier dan Scopus pun kepunyaan Elsevier, gitu kan ya. Jadi kemungkinan ya jurnal Scopusnya lebih banyak. Dan ketika tadi saya lihat ini ya, Science Direct, logonya Science Direct ini ya, pohon sama orang di bawah pohon ya. Coba saya lihat logonya Mendeley tadi, sama gitu kan ya. Kelihatannya memang Elsevier, Mendeley, dan Science Direct ini satu organisasi, satu institusi ya. Tapi kalau Science Direct dia lebih pada pencarian artikel jurnal, dan kalau Mendeley dia lebih fokusnya pada manajer referensi, kalau Scopus pada indeksasi jurnal gitu ya. Mungkin itu jawaban dari saya sementara begitu.
Ya, Pak Amron, terima kasih banyak. Ini sudah tidak ada pertanyaan lagi. Setelah ini kita break untuk salat asar. Kita akan kembali jam 3:15. Oke, thank you Bapak Amrun untuk presentasinya dan tutorialnya sangat bermanfaat, dan mungkin ini yang baru saja mengetahui ini pasti akan sangat bermanfaat dan bisa untuk lebih lanjut mengetahui untuk Mendeley ini. Oke, terima kasih. Give a virtual applause for Bapak Amrun. Okay, we'll be back at 15:15, ya, 3:15 for break salat asar. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ini kadang putus-putus, tadi cek terus. Putus-putus. Ya, kadang mandek. Kamera.
Oke, kita kembali lagi kepada conference internasional ini. Untuk berikutnya, Bapak Tubagus, apa sudah ready? Ini Bapak Tubagus ada di sini tapi belum respon ya. Oke, kami menunggu Pak TP. Ini kami lanjutkan dulu dengan Bapak Amro. Bapak Amro sudah di tempat. Ini akan menjelaskan sedikit lagi tentang memdelay atau mungkin ada pertanyaan lagi dari para partisipan jika ingin ada pertanyaan. Untuk partisipan yang menginginkan materi dari Bapak Amro, tadi sudah di-share di chatroom ya, tinggal di-download. Kami tidak bisa mengirimkan satu-satu ke alamat email masing-masing partisipan. Silakan di-download sendiri, di sini sudah dicantumkan oleh Bapak Amro. PPT material mendelay. Silakan di-download, sudah bisa dimiliki sendiri. Ya, Bapak Amro, apa sudah siap untuk sebentar sambil menunggu Bapak Tubagus? Oke, mungkin para speaker belum ready ya. Kita tunggu mungkin 2 sampai 3 menit lagi. Terima kasih.
Saya mulai ya, Bella.
Ya, oke. Tidak bisa didengar suaranya. Silakan Pak Amro untuk melanjutkan sedikit kembali tentang mendelay sambil menunggu Bapak sudah bisa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pada kesempatan kali ini saya ingin melanjutkan materi, tapi ini bukan Mendeley, karena pada kesempatan kali ini Bapak Tubagus sedang berhalangan untuk menyampaikan materi, maka saya akan mewakili sedikit.
Bapak TB tidak dapat melanjutkan. Suaranya putus-putus, Pak.
Ya, sebentar Ibu, emang masih kita atur. Sebentar, saya siapkan materinya. Mohon bersabar. Pada kesempatan kali ini kita akan membahas membahas topik terakhir seperti yang ada pada flyer, teman-teman ya, yaitu skripsi, tesis, disertasi sampai pada publikasi, gitu kan ya. Kesempatan kali ini kita akan praktek bagaimana mengubah format skripsi, tesis, dan disertasi menjadi sebuah untuk publikasi. Saya siapkan materinya dulu karena ini cukup mendadak. Pak TP tidak bisa menyampaikan materi, jadi siapkan sebentar. Kenapa materi ini perlu kita bahas pada kesempatan kali ini? Karena pada bulan ini juga, pada akhir bulan, Universitas Narotama beserta Universitas Mercubuana bersama dengan beberapa perguruan tinggi yang lain, kita akan melakukan conference yang salah satu output yang kita harapkan dari conference tersebut adalah publikasi. Di mahasiswa yang sudah menyelesaikan skripsi ataupun mahasiswa yang sudah menyelesaikan tesis ataupun disertasinya bisa ikut bergabung dengan konferensi kita dan bisa menerbitkan paper yang sudah disiapkan untuk diterbitkan pada jurnal yang kita kelola. Oke, ini saya akan sharing sebentar. Ini ada, bukannya saya, punya teman. Tapi saya sharing saja. Karena ini sudah selesai dan akan dipublikasikan. Kita akan melihat beberapa jurnal yang ada pada Universitas Narotama, gitu kan ya. Ada pertama IJEP, International Journal of Entrepreneurship and Business Development. Jadi nanti peserta yang ikut dalam conference salah satunya akan papernya akan diterbitkan pada jurnal ini. Jurnal ini masuk kategori DOAJ, gitu kan ya. Kemudian ada lagi, kita juga punya beberapa jurnal yang lain. Kita punya satu jurnal yang lain, jurnal Neutron. Sebagaimana jurnal IJEP, jurnal Neutron ini juga sudah masuk kategori jurnal DOAJ. DOAJ Directory of Online Journal. Jadi jurnal ini sudah didaftarkan pada directory atau list jurnal internasional. Kita juga ada JWC Journal of World Conference. Kita ada beberapa jurnal ini. Jadi nanti para peserta conference yang mempunyai paper nanti bisa memilih dari beberapa jurnal yang kita siapkan. Selain itu, sesuai dengan yang tercantum pada flyer, kita juga panitia conference juga memfasilitasi para peserta yang akan publis pada proceeding yang terindeks Scopus. Nanti bisa berhubungan dengan langsung dengan panitia, gitu ya. Oke. Ketika kita melihat sebuah jurnal dan kita ingin publis pada jurnal yang ada di dalamnya, satu hal yang pertama perlu kita perhatikan adalah apa yang diminta oleh jurnal, gitu kan ya. Apa yang diminta oleh jurnal. Jadi ketika kita membuat jurnal, kita harus menyesuaikan apa yang diminta oleh jurnal. Dan ini bisa kita lihat pada template jurnal. Jadi ketika kita publish, kita harus melihat template dari jurnal di mana kita mau mempublikasikan artikel atau paper kita, gitu kan. Oke, saya ambil contoh dari karya ini, gitu kan ya. Sesuai dengan template, maka kita akan mencoba untuk satu persatu merubah format skripsi atau tesis, kebetulan ini tesis ya, format tesis yang sudah ada ini agar menjadi paper sesuai dengan yang diharapkan oleh jurnal. Oke, kita sesuaikan dengan template-nya ya. Oke, kita punya template seperti ini. Title-nya 16 poin, type size, uppercase, bold, and center. Oke, kita akan sesuaikan pada bagian atas adalah judul. Ukuran fontnya 16. Ini tulisannya Time New Roman. Dan huruf besarnya hanya ada pada bagian depan jurnal. Bagian depan judul gitu ya. Ini ya. Hanya pada bagian depan saja huruf besarnya. Oke, kita sesuaikan. Kita punya karya seperti ini. Bagaimana agar kita mudah untuk menyesuaikan dengan template jurnal ketika kita mengcopy? Kita pertama copy judulnya dulu ya. Copy judul, kemudian kita klik kanan, copy paste, ambil yang ada tulisan A ini. Jadi tulisan keep text only. Jadi yang kita copy dan pastekan hanya teksnya saja. Oke, setelah itu kita cek. Template-nya minta yang huruf besarnya hanya pada depan suku katanya saja. Sementara judul kita semua capital semua. Oke. Nah, kita perlu sesuaikan. Nah, supaya sesuai dengan permintaan dari jurnal. The effect of education and training. Oke, satu-satu kita sesuaikan. Kita harapkan nanti para peserta workshop pada sore hari ini, mahasiswa dari mahasiswa Universitas Narotama, Mercu Buana ataupun mahasiswa yang lain yang nanti akan mempublikasikan paper atau artikelnya pada jurnal yang kita kelola, sudah bisa menyerahkan paper atau artikelnya sesuai dengan template yang sudah kita siapkan. Oke, kemudian author name. Author name. Kita tulis author name-nya. Oke. Ingat tadi ya, copy paste-nya hanya text only, gitu kan ya. Yang kita kopikan hanya text only-nya saja. Affiliation-nya, emailnya ini. Affiliation-nya. Oke, kemudian pada abstraknya kita sesuaikan ya. Kebetulan untuk ijab formatnya ada beberapa, pada abstraknya ada beberapa item sudah ditentukan ya. Purpose, design, finding, risk limitation, practical implication, original value. Maka kita hanya perlu untuk menyesuaikan dengan ketentuan yang ada. Oke. Sesuaikan saja. Ini ya. Ini adalah Perpusnya. Oke, ini perpusnya ya. Kemudian desain metode kita tinggal, mestinya karya kita sudah memuat beberapa hal tersebut, kita tinggal mengcopy dan mempaste hasilnya. Saya hanya mempraktekkan bagaimana cara untuk menyesuaikan file skripsi atau tesis kita dengan template yang ada. Untuk masalah pengecekan bahasa dan yang lain-lain tidak akan saya bahas dalam kesempatan kali ini. Kita selesaikan saja findingnya here. Finding. Oke. Set limitation kalau ada ya. Ini apakah ada limitationnya, kita saya cek. Saya cek biasanya keterbatasan ada pada bagian belakang. Siapa tahu ada. Saya tinggal mengcopy dan mempastenya. Kalau tidak ada, sementara tidak saya isi terlebih dahulu. Idealnya nanti tetap harus diisi sesuai dengan apa yang diminta oleh template-nya. Aplikasi. Reset limitation. Reset limitation-nya di sini. Di sini belum ada. Kita nanti akan isi practical implication. Oh, ini reset limitation atau implication saya. Jadi bisa, ini panjang, nanti perlu diringkas. Implikasi theoretical and practical. Ini panjang ya, nanti perlu disederhanakan. Misalkan kita ambil salah satu ya, nanti kita ambil salah satu saja linearnya, nanti perlu disederhanakan lagi. Nah, sementara kita hanya akan menyesuaikan. Oke, ini nanti perlu sementara masih dalam bahasa Indonesia ya, nanti perlu diinggriskan. Nanti perlu diinggriskan lebih lanjut gitu kan ya. Kemudian pada bagian introduction gitu kan ya, perlu kita perhatikan beberapa ketentuan yang ada gitu kan ya. Tulisan introduction di tengah gitu kan ya. Ikuti saja sesuai dengan yang ada. Kemudian ini ada ketentuan tidak boleh dari 500 kata. Dipilih untuk bagian introduction, bagian pendahuluan supaya tidak lebih dari 500 kata. Pada bagian introduction juga memuat tujuan penelitian, gitu kan ya. Sehingga perlu dimasukkan dulu tujuan dari penelitian. Nanti baru dimasukkan satu-satu sehingga jumlahnya tidak sampai 500 kata. Introduction, kita langsung ke tujuannya aja ya, tujuan. Nanti ini semua harus diinggriskan ya. Kita hanya mengambil satu-satu dulu, nanti setelah terisi baru dibuat dalam bahasa Inggris. Oke, ini ya. Kemudian bagian introduction kita isi dengan beberapa poin penting yang ada dalam file skripsi atau tesisnya. Saya ambil beberapa bagian dulu, nanti bisa dipilah-pilah lagi bagian mana yang perlu dimasukkan dalam bagian ini. Jadi kita ambil beberapa data, penjelasan dari data. Ini. Oke, copy satu-satu. Jangan pindah satu, kemudian kinerjanya, uraian tentang kinerja belum. Ini. Kita copy, kita paste. Oke. Ini kita copy satu-satu, kemudian kita pastekan satu-satu ke template yang sudah disiapkan. Oke, ini sudah. Kemudian kemampuan kerja, ini kemampuan kerja. Oke. Ini setelah ini masuk, kemudian kita cek ya jumlahnya berapa sesuai dengan permintaan yang ada di template. Bab introduction tidak lebih dari 500 kata. Kita buka jendela baru, kita cek ini sudah berapa kata, 333. Masih bisa ditambahkan lagi. Beberapa orang juga suka untuk memasukkan literatur review pada bagian introduction. Kita bisa masukkan juga beberapa poin penting dari literatur review yang kita anggap penting dan harus dimasukkan. Oke, kalaupun tidak kita bisa menambahkan lagi dengan beberapa uraian yang ada pada bagian latar belakang. Bisa untuk menguatkan beberapa argumen yang ada pada bagian latar belakang. Oh, ini. Klik kanan, jangan lupa untuk pastenya. Tidak boleh langsung Ctrl V untuk paste ya, tapi klik kanan, pilih yang ada tulisannya A. Oke. Katakanlah ini sudah ya. Kita coba cek ini ada berapa suku kata. Ini sudah mencapai 361. Enggak apalah, sementara kita cukupkan sampai 361. Nanti kalau masih merasa beberapa bagian perlu dimasukkan, nanti bisa dimasukkan pada bagian introduction. Oke, kemudian kita akan lanjutkan. Ini kan sudah ya dihapus. tabel, aturan tentang tabel, aturan tentang gambar bisa diperhatikan ya. Untuk tabel, ini cara penulisannya, tabel 1. Kemudian ada tanda stripnya, kemudian tulisannya, ukurannya adalah 11. Fontnya Times New Roman dengan bentuk format tulisan miring. Akan nanti disesuaikan ya. Misalkan kita mau masukkan tabel ini, kita masukkan saja tabel pelatihan. Misalkan ini ya, kita masukkan. Pada ini tinggal seperti yang tadi, klik kanan, pilih yang A ini. Oke. Ini tadi pakai strip ya, disesuaikan dengan cara penulisannya. Tabel 1. Taruh di atas saja, tabel. Nanti. Nah, ini tadi kita masukkan. Karena ini jurnal bahasa Inggris, nanti pada akhir harus semua diterjemahkan dalam bahasa Inggris gitu ya. Ini tulisannya font yang harus ada dalam template adalah 10. Fontnya 10, kita sesuaikan. Fontnya 10. Spasinya 1 seperti biasa. Oke. Kita klik kanan A. Nah, jangan lupa klik kanan, pilih huruf A supaya kita hanya mengcopy teksnya saja. Kemudian berikutnya kita perlu memasukkan metodologi. Ya. Metodologi, kita pilih beberapa bagian dari metodologi yang kita anggap cukup penting untuk dimasukkan. Kita tinggal copy, paste, kemudian kita sedikit penyesuaian redaksi kalimatnya supaya bisa nyambung antara satu kata dengan kata yang lain. Satu kata dengan kata yang lain bisa nyambung. Misalkan ini ya, kuantitatif. Metodologi kita masukkan beberapa. Oke. Perhatikan, mungkin kita perlu untuk membuat subbab, maka subbab bisa dibuat dengan ini ya, A, B gitu ya. Subbab bisa dibuat dengan penomoran A dan B. Jadi kita sesuaikan. Masing-masing jurnal mempunyai template sendiri-sendiri yang berbeda dengan jurnal yang lain, maka dalam penyusunan paper kita harus menyesuaikan dengan template-nya. Karena ini adalah pengecekan pertama, biasanya editor dia akan mengecek apakah paper yang disubmissionkan pada sebuah jurnal sesuai dengan template yang ada atau tidak. Nah, kalau editornya agak kejam, biasanya langsung dicek gitu ya. Wes, pada ada pandang bulu, langsung dicek saja, biar tidak bikin repot gitu. Tapi kalau editornya yang agak baik, mungkin masih memberikan kesempatan pada author untuk memperbaiki supaya paper sesuai dengan template yang diminta. Untuk jurnal-jurnal yang sudah kelas internasional, yang qualified, sudah bagus Scopus, mungkin dia akan memperlakukan seleksi template yang sangat ketat. Sedikit saja tidak sesuai langsung coret, sedikit tidak sesuai langsung coret. sedikit tidak sesuai dengan template langsung coret gitu kan ya. Maka pertama hal yang perlu kita perhatikan ketika kita mensubmit paper kita pada sebuah jurnal, sesuaikan paper kita dengan template yang diminta. Sebaik mungkin, sesuai mungkin. Maka nanti setelah itu editor akan melihat, oh template-nya sudah sesuai. Mungkin editor juga akan melihat similarity-nya. Plagiarisme ceknya kadang juga dilakukan oleh bagian editor. Ketika sudah kecil, maka nanti baru akan diteruskan kepada reviewer. Tadi ya metodologi. Mungkin hal-hal yang lain juga perlu dimasukkan pada bagian metodologi, kita bisa masukkan. Yang dirasa penting bisa kita masukkan pada bagian metodologi ini. Oke. Terkadang populasi sampel ini juga informasi penting, kita juga perlu masukkan informasi tentang populasi dan sampel. Dalam jurnal mungkin beberapa pengertian ini tidak perlu dicantumkan ya, terutama yang bab 3 ini langsung pada poin-poinnya saja, populasi berapa, sampel berapa. Tidak usah disertakan apa itu populasi, apa itu sampel gitu kan. Karena kita memerlukan tulisan yang padat dan ringkas. Langsung sampel. Buat sub-sub bab juga bisa sesuai dengan ketentuan yang ada dengan penulisan penomoran sub babnya dengan A, B, dan C. Kalau penulisan bab dengan Romawi, dengan penulisan subbabnya dengan A, huruf A kapital besar. Lokasi ini juga informasi penting bisa dicantumkan. Ya. Kemudian sumber data, teknik analisis juga dimasukkan ya, metode analisis. Tahapannya juga bisa. Definisi operasional ini juga kalau memungkinkan bisa dimasukkan poin-poinnya. Ada definisi operasional variabelnya. Karena kadang penelitian kita jadi rujukan beberapa penelitian terdahulu, kalau memang space-nya cukup bisa dimasukkan definisi operasionalnya. Nah, sesuaikan dengan permintaannya. Berapa? Nah ini ya, the number of page should not exceed 15 page. Ya. Jadi ini perlu diperhatikan, jadi jumlah halaman tidak boleh lebih dari 15 halaman. Ada beberapa jurnal yang lain lebih ketat lagi, tidak boleh lebih dari 7 gitu, 8. Maka kita perlu sesuaikan isinya. Memang memungkinkan berapa hal bisa dimasukkan yang kita rasa penting. Tapi kalau sudah terlalu lebih, terlalu banyak, maka perlu dicek lagi supaya tidak lebih dari permintaan yang ada. Oke, itu untuk metodologi, ya. Nanti bisa sesuaikan sendiri. Nanti dilihat progresnya, perkembangannya sampai akhir dapat berapa halaman gitu kan ya. Kalau masih dapat 10 halaman, nanti mungkin bagian metodologi bisa ditambah lagi. Tapi kalau sudah kelebihan, maka bagian metodologi nanti bisa dipangkas, disesuaikan dengan permintaan yang ada pada template jurnalnya. Deskripsi objek penelitian ini mungkin tidak perlu terlalu banyak diambil ya, karena tadi bagian lokasinya sudah ada di bagian atas. Kita coba untuk mengambil sedikit-sedikit yang kita rasa penting, kita ambil sedikit-sedikit. Karena paper ini adalah rangkuman dari sebuah karya yang kemudian diringkaskan sehingga menjadi padat dan ringkas, enak untuk dibaca, sehingga perlu kita sesuaikan. Oke, ini kalau total banyak ini 140 halaman, 144, maka diambil disingkat-singkat. Kalau memungkinkan deskripsi variabel bisa dimasukkan, kalau nanti terlalu panjang bisa dihilangkan. Deskripsi variabel. Ini kalau dimasukkan kelihatannya cukup panjang. Kita langsung pada hasilnya saja. Coba nanti jadi berapa banyak. Nah, langsung pada bagian ini, coba ini bagian penting. Sehingga kita coba masukkan saja semua. Oke, ini juga perlu masuk. Perlu kita masukkan. Terlalu besar ya, dikecilkan. Penulisan gambar tadi perlu kita perhatikan. Gambar, bagaimana penulisan gambar? Tulisan gambarnya ada di bagian bawah. Tulisan gambar ada di bagian bawah. Oke, kita sesuaikan gambar dan miring. Tapi mungkin pada jurnal yang lain tidak seperti ini formatnya ya. Maka harus disesuaikan. Sesuaikan dengan permintaan atau template yang ada pada jurnal tersebut. Tabel tadi juga tabel tulisannya dibuat miring. Sudah, dibuat miring. Ukurannya 10. Oke, sebentar. Oke, kita lanjutkan. Pada bagian ini kita copy paste satu-satu ya, supaya formatnya bisa bagus sesuai dengan template yang diminta. Kalau kita copy semua, biasanya ini nanti akan jadi agak kacau yang penomorannya. Kita copy satu-satu, kemudian kita pastekan di bagian ini. Bentar, kita ambil dari sini. Oke, kemudian kita copy satu. Kopikan satu-satu. Ini dibuat penomoran. Ini untuk menyesuaikan nomornya dibuat penomoran sendiri. Oke, pembahasannya bisa di copy satu-satu, kita copy semua. Ini ada tabel. Jadi memang harus di copy paste satu-satu, memerlukan ketelatenan untuk mengcopy dan mempaste satu-satu supaya sesuai dengan template yang diminta. Oke, tabel tadi kita menggunakan format tabel di atas. Ukuran font 9, kemudian tulisan miring. Nah, ini perlu diperhatikan terus. Ikuti sesuai dengan apa yang diminta. Tabel 2 berarti ya, tabel 2. Cross-loading-nya. Kelihatannya pekerjaan ini sederhana, tapi kalau kita tidak memperhatikan, nanti akhirnya kadang tidak sesuai dengan template-nya. Nanti tidak bisa lolos untuk publikasi. Ini 11, ini tadi 10. Poinnya 10. Paragrafnya dibikin. Nah. Ya. Oke. Idealnya satu tabel tidak terputus gitu kan ya, dalam satu halaman. Kalau tabel terlalu panjang, ini kelihatan terlalu panjang ini, mungkin nilai cross loading langsung ambil hasilnya saja, karena ini langsung kita ambil hasilnya saja, tabelnya tidak usah kita masukkan, karena ini masih masuk pada bagian uji validitas dan reliabilitas. Nanti bagian hasilnya khusus untuk pengujian hipotesis baru kita akan masukkan tabelnya. Dan bagian kedua kita ada diskriminan validity. Besar. Oke. Sesuaikan diskriminan validity. Sesuaikan dengan format yang ada di atas. Pengukuran. Nah. Oke, langsung pada bagian ini saja. Nah, tabelnya tidak usah dimasukkan karena ini masih tabel tentang uji validitas dan reliabilitas. Oke, setelah semua ini kita masukkan, tabel ini saya rasa kurang penting untuk dimasukkan. Ya, outer loading, inner. Nah, baru pada bagian ini kita perlu untuk memasukkan nilai R square, kemudian nanti juga hasil inner model untuk melakukan pembuktian hipotesis. Ini yang perlu kita masukkan ke bagian intinya. Ada evaluasi inner model, kita ada evaluasi outer model. Kegiatan penemplitan mungkin kelihatannya agak membosankan itu ya. Jadi harus kita laksanakan karena ini syarat supaya paper kita ini harus bisa diterima gitu. Kalau tidak sesuai dengan template yang ada, kemungkinan besar paper kita akan ditolak. Maka sebisa mungkin kita sesuaikan paper kita dengan template yang diminta oleh jurnal. Nah, copy paste-nya ingat selalu gunakan klik kanan paste yang ada tanda huruf A. Ini ya. Keep text only. Jadi kita hanya mengcopy teksnya saja. Nah, kalau kita pakai yang ini, maka nanti formatnya akan bisa dilihat ya, formatnya besar, ternyata lain tulisannya. Pakai ini juga lain tulisannya. Kalau kita pakai ini, tulisannya akan menyesuaikan dengan yang sebelumnya. Inner model. Nah, ini perlu dimasukkan tabel R-square ini, apa kita masukkan. Ingat tadi bagaimana cara penulisan tabel. Fontnya 9, hurufnya miring, italik ya. Fontnya ukuran 9, kemudian italik. Maka ini perlu kita sesuaikan, font 9, italik. Nah, sama. Font 9 italik. Oke. Bisa itu. Oke. Ini tahapan-tahapannya ya. Tahapan-tahapannya dilakukan sampai terakhir. Dan satu hal yang perlu saya tekankan lagi pada bagian reference, terkadang mahasiswa itu langsung copy paste reference dari tesis atau skripsinya gitu kan ya. Padahal sudah banyak reference yang tidak dicantumkan dalam jurnal gitu kan ya. Misalkan langsung di copy paste dari sini, copy paste ke ini kebetulan tidak pakai Mendeley yang ini. Kalau pakai Mendeley hanya perlu di insert bibliografi ulang bisa menyesuaikan sendiri. Tapi kalau pakai manual seperti ini perlu kita lakukan pengecekan satu persatu. Jadi tidak cukup hanya dengan melakukan copy paste dari referensi yang ada, gitu kan ya. Karena sudah banyak isi dari skripsi tesis kita yang tidak kita masukkan dalam paper ini, sehingga perlu dicek satu-satu. Apa yang ada pada reference itu harus benar-benar dikutip dalam badan papernya, dan apa kutipan itu juga harus ada dalam reference. Jadi kita cek silang ya. Yang ada dalam reference itu harus dikutip pada badan papernya. Kemudian yang ada pada badan papernya harus betul-betul dikutip harus ada pada daftar pustakanya. Sementara itu yang bisa saya sampaikan mungkin nanti karena memang agak membosankan kegiatan mentemplate ini. Kegiatan yang sama dilakukan berulang-ulang, tapi kegiatan ini sangat penting dan sangat menentukan supaya paper kita diterima dalam jurnal yang ada. Oke, sementara ini mungkin ada hal-hal yang perlu didiskusikan. Kami buka tanya jawab, silahkan.
Ya Pak Amruf, ini ada pertanyaan dari Zeberno Suarez. Ini mahasiswa Narotama. Untuk title font ukuran 16, di jurnal lain ada yang fontnya 18. Nah, terus pada tabel, nama tabel di atas bisa ditulis di bawah nama sumber tabelnya. Maksudnya apa? Mungkin di bawah sumbernya kali Pak ya nulisnya.
Ya, betul.
Kalau menulis ada peneliti berbeda kampus, bagaimana kita bisa menulis nama di dalam jurnal seperti jurusan dan lain-lain?
Ya, langsung saya tanggapi ya terkait dengan pertanyaan ini. Untuk penulis lain yang berasal dari kampus yang lain, ini bisa nanti sesuaikan dengan template-nya ya. Masing-masing jurnal punya template atau cara yang berbeda untuk menuliskan jurnal gitu ya, penulis. Ini misalkan saya sesuaikan saja dengan template yang ada ini gitu ya. Menggunakan model ini ya. Oke. Kalau satu institusi ini bisa dijadikan satu, misalkan dua-duanya sama-sama dari universitas terbuka gitu kan ya. Tapi kalau lain maka bisa dipisah penulisannya ya. Tapi sesuaikan lagi, sekali lagi sesuaikan dengan template jurnal yang ada. Untuk mahasiswa, baik dari Narotama maupun dari Mercu Buana, nanti mungkin paling banyak yang ikut konferen adalah mahasiswa dari Narotama dan Mercu Buana, kebanyakan jurnal Anda nanti akan dipublikasikan di JWC, Journal of World Conference. Maka Anda harus mengikuti template yang diminta pada Journal of World Conference ini, karena memang lain. Permintaan pada Journal of World Conference dengan jurnal yang ada pada IJEP memang berbeda, sehingga Anda harus menyesuaikan dengan template yang diminta. Sebentar, saya lihat template dari JWC. Bisa dilihat pada bagian ini ya, Journal of World Conference. Anda akan diminta untuk melakukan registrasi pada World Conference. Ya, World Conference ID di sini ada template jurnalnya. Coba saya lihat. Nah, paper template, gitu ya. Anda bisa menyesuaikan dengan paper template yang ada ketika Anda menyusun jurnal. Coba saya lihat di sini ya. Di sini ini ada penulisan dua autor yang berbeda kampus gitu kan ya, bisa dipisah ya. Ini ada 3 penulis, 1, 2, kemudian 3. 1 dan 2 kampusnya sama, kemudian 3 kampusnya berbeda. Untuk kampus yang sama bisa dijadikan satu penulisannya, nanti pada bagian email yang berbeda.
Oh, bisa di-share.
Ya,
ya biar paham ini.
Betul. Dari tadi saya ngomong ini ya. Tanpa share. Oke. Maaf karena kelupaan. Ya, terima kasih. Untuk mahasiswa Universitas Narotama dan Universitas Mercu Buana, nanti paper Anda kebanyakan akan dipublikasikan di World Journal of World Conference JWC, sehingga Anda perlu menyesuaikan dengan template yang ada pada jurnal ini. Untuk masuk Anda bisa ini ya, worldconference.id, bisa masuk ke link ini. Kemudian pada bagian kanan agak tengah ada paper template, bisa diklik, nanti akan muncul paper template-nya. Penulisannya bisa sesuaikan dengan paper template ini. Ya. Paper title pada template ini memang mensyaratkan 18. Kalau yang pada IJEP tadi, International Journal, yang sebelumnya saya edit, itu dia menggunakan paper template-nya, paper title-nya 16. Tapi pada JWC ini menggunakan paper title-nya ukurannya 18 font. Ya, maka sesuaikan dengan font yang ada. Sesuai dengan tahapan-tahapan yang sudah kita bahas tadi, tinggal copy, pastenya, klik kanan, kemudian pilih tulisan A ini, keep text only. Jadi kita hanya mengcopy pastekan tagnya saja, sesuai dengan ketentuan. Untuk pengarang yang berbeda kampus pada JWC, ini ada ketentuannya ya. Ini 1 dan 2, penulis 1 dan 2 berasal dari kampus yang sama. Penulis 3 berasal dari kampus yang berbeda. Maka 1 dan 2 penulisnya bisa dirangkai jadi satu bagian. Penulis ketiga pada bagian yang lain. Satu-satu Anda perlu cermati beberapa aturan yang ada pada template ini. Abstraknya font, untuk tulisan abstrak font 12, tapi di isinya fontnya 10. Perlu disesuaikan ya. Untuk headingnya tulisannya menggunakan font 12, gitu kan ya. Subheadingnya menggunakan 11 dan penomorannya 1.1.1. Ini perlu diperhatikan satu-satu supaya sesuai. Kalau yang tadi IJEP subbabnya babnya ada di tengah, kalau ini babnya ada di pinggir ya, headingnya. Introduction, method, result itu ada di pinggir, tapi kalau yang untuk IJEP tadi ada di tengah. Sesuaikan. Kemudian penomorannya, kalau yang Egypt tadi di tengah dan menggunakan huruf Romawi, kalau ini menggunakan angka 1. Subbabnya 1.1. Kalau yang Egypt tadi menggunakan huruf kapital A, B, C, dan seterusnya. Jadi mohon disesuaikan. Untuk tabelnya ini tidak menggunakan cetak miring. Kalau yang Egypt tadi menggunakan cetak miring, gitu kan ya, sesuaikan. Untuk gambarnya juga tidak menggunakan cetak miring. Fontnya ukurannya, kalau ini 10, kalau yang tadi ukurannya 9 ya. Jadi tolong disesuaikan dengan permintaan. Dan ini juga the journal has to follow standard template available on key reference management package Mendeley. Nah, jadi kalau GWC kita memang sudah mengarahkan supaya nanti siswa yang akan publikasi ataupun peserta conference yang akan publikasi nanti bisa menggunakan Mendeley. Maka tadi kita sudah belajar cukup banyak tentang disesuaikan dengan beberapa ketentuan yang CWC. Pada bagian akhir juga ada tambahan biografi dari penulis gitu ya. Jadi tambahkan biografi akhir dari paper. Mungkin sementara itu jawab.
Ya, oke. Jadi untuk penulisan itu tergantung dari jurnal yang akan dipublish itu ya Pak ya.
Betul, betul.
Harus melihat detail peraturan-peraturannya setiap.
Ya, betul.
Jadi sebetulnya ya tinggal ngikutin aja.
Ya, tinggal copy paste tadi sudah selesai.
Ya, ada template-nya, tinggal diikuti saja.
Ada template-nya.
Untuk Severino Suarez, semoga sudah clear ya, bisa dipahami. Dan untuk mahasiswa yang lain juga kita Anda semuanya mendengarkan dan melihat tadi yang sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Amrun. Mungkin ada pertanyaan lain? Belum melihat ada pertanyaan lain, Pak Amrun.
Belajar. Ya wis, aku seru tapi tak garis sesi berikutnya.
Kebetulan Pak TP sudah bergabung dengan kita, tapi insya Allah akan bergabung pada sesi conference atau workshop berikutnya karena tadi kelihatannya sibuk sekarang.
Oke.
Mungkin begitu Bu Elok, kalau tidak ada pertanyaan mungkin bisa
ya, sudah cukup. Ini cuma satu aja tadi. Baik, terima kasih banyak Pak Amrun untuk penyampaian tadi untuk merubah tesis, skripsi atau disertasi menjadi jurnal yang akan dipublish. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi beri virtual applause untuk Bapak Amrun.
Terima kasih.
Oke. Selanjutnya saya memanggil Bapak Tubagus. Pak Tubagus untuk menyampaikan presentasinya.
Bapak Tubagus mungkin setelah minggu depan.
Oh, minggu depan?
Ya, kalau sekarang.
Jadi, berarti ini sekarang sudah cukup ya?
Ya, ditulis dulu saja.
Baik. Oke, baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, this is we come to the end of the activity, and we will listen for the closing remark from Bapak Agus Sukoco. Bapak Agus Sukoco, are you ready? Are you there? Okay. I'll give you the. Okay. For Pak Agus Sukoco, as a head of Master Management Study Program, Narotama University, would you please give closing remarks for this activity? Bapak Agus Sukoco, time is yours. Bapak Agus, you are free.
Oh,
Iki kene wis gak apa-apa.
suaranya.
Oh iya.
Pak Agus, you use for the camera tempat tuh bagus.
Hello.
Yes, I
Halo.
am here.
Halo. Ya.
Where are you? Okay.
Oke.
Okay, Pak Agus, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita telah melakukan workshop pada hari ini, mulai dari pagi hari jam 9 sampai dengan sore ini sudah menunjukkan pukul 16.30. Tentunya banyak ilmu pengetahuan ataupun sharing experience yang telah diberikan oleh para speaker, para narasumber. Mudah-mudahan apa yang kita dapatkan hari ini memberikan manfaat pada kita yang sebanyak-banyaknya, dan tentunya tidak bisa kita sekali workshop untuk menjadi langsung ahli. Maka untuk itu kita perlu terus belajar meningkatkan kemampuan kita sehingga kita menjadi terus mencoba berkarya dan berkarya sehingga kita akan menjadi ahli di bidang aplikasi ini. Kami sampaikan terima kasih kepada seluruh narasumber, baik yang telah menyampaikan tadi pagi dari Malaysia, maupun yang terakhir dari Universitas Narutama, Bapak Amrun Rosid. Dan apa yang telah diberikan ini memberikan manfaat pada kita semuanya. Kami sampaikan di sini bahwa kami mengadakan workshop ini secara
Pak Agus, you are disconnected.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami mengadakan acara workshop aplikasial series sehingga Bapak Ibu akan terus dapat mengikuti acara ini sampai pada acara-acara yang akan datang. Apabila Bapak Ibu telah mencoba melakukan publikasi, ada kendala dapat didiskusikan pada session-session yang selanjutnya. Itu harapan kami. Tidak hanya kita berhenti pada workshop, tapi kita akan terus membuat karya tulis dan kita akan terus mempublish paper-paper kita dalam publikasi yang bereputasi sehingga kita akan mendapatkan publikasi yang berkualitas. Itu tentunya harapan kami. Oke, terima kasih. Saya kira hari ini sudah cukup kita menyampaikan materi dan kita lanjutkan pada sesi berikutnya. Kami sampaikan terima kasih pada seluruh para peserta yang telah join pada hari ini. Terima kasih. Kami sampaikan terima kasih sekali lagi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, thank you very much, Bapak Agus Sukoco. So I will close this event. On behalf of the conference organizers, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who come together from various countries for your cooperation, which has enabled us to conduct a highly fruitful online conference. I am Elok Damayanti. Thank you all very much for your cooperation. See you again on the next World Conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Masih ada yang tanya.
Terima kasih Pak Supri sudah bergabung dari Papua.
Oh, dari Papua, Pak Suprianto.
Papua, Pak Supri.
Oh,
terima kasih Mbak Nadila sudah join. Terima kasih Pak Muiz sudah join. Terima kasih Pak Ihsan.
semuanya ya. Kita sebutkan satu-satu. Terima kasih banyak. Monggo di live belok.
Ya,
Terima kasih Bu Elok, lupa terima kasih Bu Elok. Sudah.
sama-sama, Pak. Ya, mari kita lihat.
Makasih Bu Elo.
Ya,
Mantap.
Pak. Ya, Pak Isan.
Makasih Pak Agus.
Selamat bermalam minggu bersama keluarga.
Ini masih di kampus ini.
Oh, alah. Ngapain, Pak?
Nggak tahu nih Pak Agus ini.
Aduh, ini saya juga.
Masih Pak Supri. Oke, saya live ya.
Ya.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.